Jennifer, are we going to have sound? Have sound? Beautiful. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 18, 2023. The time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Then we're going to go ahead and move on to the declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 4 items for closed session this evening. 1 for the City Council and 3 for the Victorville Water District. The City Council item is Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B, and the position title is the City Manager. The 3 items for the Water District are all real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property information as well as the negotiating parties set forth on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
All right, thank you, Mr. D. Bortnowski. With that said, we're going to recess to closed session. We are now in our recess and we'll resume open session at 6 p.m. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 18, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistic Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City is Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Buenos días, comunidad.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to closed session announcements. Mr. Dvornowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 4 items this evening. One was for the City Council, which was Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. The other 3 items were real property negotiations on behalf of the Water District. Negotiating parties were set forth on the agenda, as were the property in question. With respect to the 3 Water District items, we actually do have reportable action as follows. With respect to item A, which is property negotiations between Lucky 210 Revocable Trust and the city, the Water District, the council approved on a unanimous vote to purchase 300 acre-feet of base annual production allowance for a purchase price of $2,107,500. With respect to item B, which was property negotiations between Frazier et al. And the Water District, the Water District, again on a unanimous vote, agreed to purchase 50 acre-feet of base annual production allowance for a purchase price of $351,250. And with respect to the third item, item C, which was purchase of property from Joan Costel Vinescroft, the city agreed to purchase 10 acre-feet of base annual production allowance for a purchase price of $70,250. In addition to those prices, there are also some escrow fees and some brokerage fees to be included. So unanimous vote on all 3 of those to contemplate those purchases, and we already have signed purchase and sale agreements from those 3 parties. That's the with respect to the city manager evaluation, we are going to continue that item. We did not conclude it. To the extent there is reportable action related to that, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session, which will commence at the end of this meeting.
Yes, thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to our invocation led this evening by Pastor Paul Gustanian of the High Desert Church. After that, we're going to do our Pledge of Allegiance led by Police Captain John Wickham. Everyone, please rise if you're able.
Thank you for having me, Council. Let me just pray over us as we begin today. Lord, I just thank you so much for each of these men and women before us. I pray for them as they make decisions for the people here in Victorville. I pray for wisdom. I pray you would give them understanding as they listen to one another and their constituents. I pray they would have ears to hear and eyes to see what needs to be done, what is right for this city. I just thank you for each of them and their passion and their desire to serve this community. And I just pray over them now and for the continued protection and the protection of this city here, Victorville. We love them and love this city so much. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, thank you. And Captain Wickham, thank you as well. All right, we're going to move on this evening to a special proclamation, and it's a wonderful. It is a wonderful evening indeed. Tonight, I have the great honor of recognizing a recent graduate of the Career Online High School. So I now invite Bernice Ruvalcaba to come forward to join me in front of the dais, and will my colleagues join me as well? Yes. She said it out. We are so happy to have you here with us. We are blessed to participate in this with you. Our Victorville City Library provides scholarships to adults interested in completing their high school diplomas through Career Online High School. This program is for adults age 19 and older. Each student must complete 36 semester hours in a variety of subjects. Many students can complete this online program in 12 to 18 months. Bernice Ruvalcaba is among the first students to receive scholarships from our Victorville City Library and complete the Career Online High School without cost. On behalf of the entire Victorville City Council, I am pleased to present you with a certificate of recognition. And before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, shall we just give her an applause for encouragement for her. This is a big deal to her. I think she's a little bit nervous, but we're so proud of her. Can we do that, everyone around? I'm going to ask you to do it again too in a moment. Ms. Ruvalcaba, in commemoration of your graduation from Career Online High School, Tuesday, July 18, 2023, this council, our entire staff in the city of Victorville is very proud of you. Congratulations. Shall we give it up for her again? Thank you. All right. So, you know, Ms. Ruvalcaba is a talented woman. We're so very proud of you for your outstanding achievement. 3 other students, Flor Maria Aquino, Marcy Smith, and Shauna Mauk also received scholarships from our Victorville City Library, but unfortunately, they were unable to join us this evening. So just in honor and respect, may we give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to the next category on our agenda. So, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 2 revisions to the agenda this evening. The first revision is for agenda item number 5. There's a correction of 2 typos in attachment A. Section 1B should read Article 8.1BI is hereby replaced by the following. And section 2 CVA, the date is changed from August 30th to August 31st. The second revision is to agenda item number 20. It's revising the cost comparison table in the discussion section to reflect the updated cost of the proposed newly designed certificates of recognition. That concludes the revisions to the agenda, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So before we move on, we have a number of requests to speak this meeting. Can I have a show of hand of those who are here specifically for item number 19 on transitional and supportive housing? So quite a number of you. All right, and the reason I ask is we're going to change things up a little bit this evening in respect for our audience. So,
Pardon me, Madam
order,
Mayor.
yes,
We skipped conflict of interest.
all right. But I'm modifying the agenda at this point,
Certainly.
and then we'll move on to that. All right, so at this point, the chair is going to modify the order of business this evening. It will be modified as follows. The council will take up written communications item number 19 immediately following the public comment period. And with that now, council, do we have any conflict of interest to report?
No, ma'am.
Hearing and seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to our introduction to public comments. And as I understand, we do have requests to speak. I want to start by welcoming everyone to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the Council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the Council's established policies and procedures and Government Code sections 54957.9 and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the Council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know that your comments and your questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from his or her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk, may we have our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Laura Maceda, and she does have a translator.
Thank you. And so, as you both come up, so you have up to 3 minutes to speak, but when you have a translator, you will get that extra up to 3 minutes to translate. Good evening and welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Maceda y estoy
Can I ask you to speak into the microphone?
con el micrófono. Oh. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Maceda. Soy madre de Marco Lara. Hablo primero y después. Mi hijo fue asesinado el año pasado en un road rash y estoy aquí porque quiero su ayuda para ofrecer una recompensa si ustedes me pueden ayudar. con la recompensa para poder obtener justicia para mi hijo.
I am Mercedes Laura Macera. I'm here for the death of my son from last year, and I'm here to ask help for recompensation for his death. If you guys can help me, for reward to catch the person after the road rage that happened.
No sé a quién dirigirme exactamente, al público o con quién tenga que dirigirme, la persona correcta para poder obtener esta ayuda, para obtener esta recompensa, para poder hacerle justicia a mi hijo. Por esa razón estoy aquí, simplemente por ayuda, por esta persona que tiene más de un año, 6 meses, que esta persona le quitó la vida a mi hijo. Hay personas que saben, pero no quieren hablar por miedo, y por eso pienso que tal vez con la ayuda, con la recompensa, puedan hablar.
So I'm here asking for help for to catch the murder of my son. It's been a year and 6 months already with no traces, no help. And we just want to get to the right person, see who can help us open up that case again, or who can help us see who can help us through that. And because we have witnesses, they just don't want to speak. So if any of you guys can give us information, and if you guys can help us, we would really much appreciate it. Maybe get a number or email.
Thank you. Do you have anything further you'd like to say?
¿Quiere algo más que decir?
Si lo pueden como agendar o poner en su agenda.
She wants to know if you guys would be able to put it in your agenda or something.
Okay. So first and foremost, Ms. Becerra, we don't know the circumstances of your situation, but from our hearts, we're all saddened to hear of your loss. And we thank you for coming here to share something so very personal with us. So if Captain Wickham, who's not here, can we ask you if you're inclined to give your contact information to our city clerk, and we'll see if we can patch you in with Captain Wickham, and he'll see what next steps might be taken.
Okay.
All right.
So we give it to her.
Yes, you're free to approach anytime. Again, we thank you so much for coming to speak with us. Madam Clerk,
Our next speaker is Holly Lucero on a non-agendized item.
thank you. Good evening and welcome. We're glad you're with us.
Hello, maybe I should reserve my remarks for after this overview on the traditional housing. My
Right.
remarks have to do with that.
Yes, and so that's item number 19, and that's going to, we're moving it up to right after this public comment period. This is the only time in which we're going to provide public comments on agendized matters. That's item number 19. And so let me just say this to anybody else that might is here for the presentation. You know, hang around for the presentation. If you have questions, ask them now. We can't answer them now, but our staff is certainly going to try and answer those during the presentation. Does that help you?
Yes.
So please continue.
Okay. It has been my professional experience for 43 years that a traditional house on my street would, well, not just my street, a totally residential street is inappropriate. If there's no business nearby, there's no transportation nearby, there's no food nearby, I believe the residents of a traditional home, I volunteered at those, residents of a transitional home, they're lost. They're like fish out of water. But so I wanted to speak to this, and I was told at the last city council meeting, or the last one I attended, that I should contact the state Department of Housing and Development, which I did the next day. That office referred me to the county of San Bernardino. So I also called Governor Newsom's office, who had been helpful to me during the pandemic to get us, we had no tests up here for the pandemic for COVID. I had COVID. I couldn't get a test anywhere, no hospitals. I called that office and made a major complaint, and April 2nd, we got tests. So they were helpful before, but now this office says I have to contact the county about transitional housing. So I contacted the county, and I called the city, the county supervisors, and I got a hold of Paul Cook's office. And in Paul Cook's office, his administrative assistant was named Sam Shoup. And Sam Shoup did some investigation, called me the next day and said his office and the county do not take care of transitional housing. So I said, well, who does? And he said, the city of Victorville. Well, the city of Victorville had advised me to call the state Department of Housing. So I got a complete runaround, and it's like a revolving door, and I'm very frustrated with that. And I'd like to know who, but your overview might tell me what department of government takes care of transitional housing, and who shall we speak to about this? That's right. It's my comment. I also contacted an attorney on this because my beliefs are very strong that our street is the wrong place. I've found other places for a transitional home, but not
Your time is up.
totally residential.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Al Catillo on a non-agendized item.
Good evening and welcome, Mr. Catillo. Good evening and welcome. Glad to have you with us.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to have you here too. I'm here to tell the people who live in this city.
Sir, you have to address the council.
I just want to face them once.
You may not. You have to address the council, sir.
Huh?
It's against our protocols.
I got the hell beat out of me on January 1st, 2020 by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I got to have my right knee operated on and my left shoulder operated on. And the San Bernardino
Okay,
County
sir, I'm going to ask you to turn and address the
Bill
council.
won't take any responsibility at all. Now, for this 2 years ago, this happened. You cannot get an attorney in the high desert to represent you against the police. So what do? Time is of us, you need the time. And they know they can just let the time waste away. And they think I'm giving up, but it'll be a day in hell before I give up. I'm going to get on a news show. The problem is this never hit the news, so nobody knows about it. And I don't know how they keep it down, but they keep it down. I'm going to get on the news. I'm in the motion picture business. I'm going to get on the news somehow. We're on a strike right now, and I'm going to let this whole country know what the hell's going on up here in this city. The Congress doesn't even care about what happens up here. I talked to the Congress about this. They don't care damn about this place. You got a couple of senators up here. They don't want nothing to do with this. What's going on? Everybody's equal under the law, aren't they? Just because I'm one person by myself who got beat up by 5 cops, it doesn't count. They took eight constitutional rights away from me. And that's a federal offense. The FBI came to my house, but then he went and talked to the cops and then he left. I don't know what they're telling him, but everything I'm telling you is the truth. There's 2 guys, one here, one here. They throw me out in the middle of the street. There's 3 sheriffs there waiting for me. One guy's on the ground. He knees me in the ribs. 3 or 4 times every time I landed. They threw me in the road 12 times. I got kneed in the ribs about 36 times that day. I got punched in the stomach, punched in the legs, all over me. I got pain all over me. But I am so ticked off about this. I never in my life seen a police department that is run the way this sheriff's department is run up here. I've been almost all around the world 3 times, and I work with police everywhere because of what I do. And I don't know, something has to happen up here because there's a lot of illegal stuff going on within. I don't know how much you people know about it, but you don't want nothing to do with it. It's called the Victory. It's called the Victorville Police. And Victorville don't want nothing to do with it. They have no responsibility to what the police do.
Your time is up.
You get,
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your coming to speak with us. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tom Reyes.
Will you please step back from the dais? Sir, your time is up. You will step back from the dais. Will you please step back from the dais, sir? Your time is up. We are going to receive our next speaker.
I can't hear nothing you're saying.
Please step back, sir. Your time is up.
Am I done?
You are.
Our
Thank
next,
you, sir.
our
Madam
next
Clerk.
speaker is Tom Reyes on an agenda item, but he didn't know which one.
Madam Clerk, one moment. Sir, we're not having conversations in the audience. The chair is warning you to cease. Sir, if you continue, you will be removed from this meeting. Sir, you are to leave this meeting. My apologies, sir. Welcome to our meeting. We're happy you're with us.
I was speaking on the behalf of the agenda number 19.
Yes, sir.
So that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As my neighbor spoke with Paul Cook, I did as well, and and he had said that the approval is actually coming from the city of Victorville, not from San Bernardino or the state of California. That said, a neighbor of mine spoke with the owner of the home, and the question was asked, because he's not here tonight and he couldn't make it, what type of individual would be coming? And he said, I'm not going to involve sex offenders, but people directly out of prison. It will be veterans. Well, I checked the website and it had mentioned no information about veterans. So for some reason, he does not want to be very transparent about the information that he's willing to give our neighbors about who exactly is going into that home. One other thing I'd like to say, prior to getting the permits to do dividing some rooms in that home to expand it to more bedrooms, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up. They had workers in that house working. I called the police department. I told them, someone's in that house. Either they broke in or they're workers. They sent 2 units out. They told them, go home because you're not supposed to be here doing this kind of work. You have no permits. So apparently the individual who we're going to be dealing with, this owner, is not being very honest. And that's a big concern to me, to my neighbors. Like I had said, the prior meeting, we not sure what type of individuals. We have individuals who are alone in their home. We have kids that are from the age of 2 to 21, girls and boys. We just not very comfortable in having individuals that would be coming directly from prison. It's funny because when the workers are there, they leave their windows open. They leave their tools in the back of their trucks. And I'm home because I'm retired, and not one time were their vehicles approached at all because they felt comfortable in our neighborhood. Now, are we going to be able to do that as a community?
My
don't-
apologies, sir.
I
you
don't
told
think
us
so.
that. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Lawrence Jimenez on item number 19.
And as our member is coming up to the podium, I just, on the applause, I'm so thankful that our community is doing so in a polite and respectful way, because there might be someone in the audience that has a different view and we don't want to discourage or make that person feel unwelcome. So I thank you with the very appropriate way that you're expressing your feelings. Thank you, sir, for coming, and we welcome you.
I couldn't hear what you're saying. I'm hard of hearing.
I will try to speak up, and I'm notoriously soft-spoken, so I'll try to do better for you.
Okay, but I'm here on the transitional housing.
Yes.
issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And can we ask you to speak directly into the mic so we too can hear you?
you can hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I raised my kids in my home in Victorville that I paid for. Okay, my grandkids are coming there now. I've got neighbors here that live on my same block. There's already issues in there. You bring a transitional housing into the neighborhood, there's going to be problems. There's you're going to bring drug addicts, sex offenders. There's little kids playing on the paseo, because that's their playground. So their prime attack people, for okay, if this guy, oh, there's a little kid, a chance of opportunity for them to do what it is that they do. Well, we're not down with that. We have a tight little neighborhood watch deal going on in our block, but it's like a full-time thing. Something happens, we call each other, but we can't watch all of Eagle Ranch. And they're going to be out there. They're going to walk the paseo. I got a window broken by a kid, some juvenile delinquent. It cost me $500 to replace my windows. So what's going to happen when we've got the dregs, of society coming through with this house, and they're coming out of prison, they haven't been out, and they're a sex offender or whatever, and it's just time for them. Oh boy, look at this. It's going to be like a playground for them. The paseo is out there for people to exercise and walk their dogs and greet their neighbors, not to greet a sex offender or any person that I don't want to have nothing to do with, or that they don't want to have anything to do with. It's not just me, everyone feels the same way, and everyone's saying that no, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, I'm here to do whatever I can do. So I'm gonna put that forth. What I want to do is not have any transitional housing, no more, because we already have come over there on 4th of July. The whole 2 weeks before 4th of July, 2 weeks after, the whole place is blowing up. Can't call the cops. I mean, you can, but I mean they're stretched thin. It's there's just no way to get any action. Because what's going to happen when one of these dudes does something? It's gonna be a mess. So I'm against it, and I wanted to voice my opinion, and that's that. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your coming. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Monique S.
Good evening and welcome. Are you going to be speaking on item number 19?
Yes,
All
but
right.
then my mind's going all over.
You're good.
And
We're
then
your
everybody
neighbors.
got me sad with their stories, and I'm like feeling them. I'm like, oh my God, I want to cry. But no, I'm just coming to you as a mother. I live right across the street. These are my neighbors. And we're just concerned as parents, and then some of them are going to be grandparents. And could you imagine having to live across the street or in a place where your grandkids aren't safe? And they were, you're like, let my grandkids go play outside or let my kids play outside. I don't want that. I really don't. And I really hope you guys can help us, because that would suck.
Thank you very much.
But what are you guys going to do? That's what I want to know. What are you going to do to help us? But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. And then I wanted to come to you, totally different subject as a business owner. I do own a successful business out here, and the homelessness is just ridiculous. I've lived here my whole life, and we had a wonderful place here to raise our kids. I mean, I was born in Victor Valley Hospital. I'm 40 years old now, so I've seen it grow, and I've seen it bring, wonderful people here too. But our crime is really high, and I mean, you don't even want to go to the grocery store at night, and I live in a pretty decent area. And my business got broken into, and literally there's nothing done. They broke my front window, they stole my register, and I pay a lot to stay. Victorville, man, it's like $267 a year to be a part of the Victorville, city, our city fees, which is quadruple if you go across the street. It's $55, and we don't even get protected. I'm right on Bear Valley, you guys. I do everything I need to do to make my business in code and do what I need to do. But I want to feel protected too. I want like not to call the cops and them take 30 minutes to come to a call when somebody's breaking into your place. How can you catch somebody like that? How is that not important to keep us safe? So I'm kind of want to elaborate on that. Just keeping us safe, just being human beings for once and thinking about people, loving your neighbor, loving ourselves, looking deep into that. I know a lot of things come down to money and money and money, but at the end of the day, it's people. We need to care about people. So that's where I'm at. I just want to know how you guys plan on keeping us safe in our neighborhood and our businesses. So I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well stated, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Tovar on agenda item 19.
Good evening and welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on item 19. I had a chance to actually look at the permit that they filed, and it says right here, having a criminal record with exceptions for state mandated restrictions. So in nicer terms, if I give you a background for myself, is I've been a correctional counselor at the prison. I've been a CO. I'm a correctional sergeant now, and I just want to let everybody know that that's pretty much telling everybody here that that's going to be an MCR program, post community release supervision. So what that means is we're going to have offenders walking in and out of our community every single day. This is a nicer way. The transitional housing is a nicer way of saying that we're going to put, instead of them being in prison, they're going to be right across the street from you. There's going to be 10 in one house, and they're going to be shoved in there. And what's really sad about this is right down the street, there's Eagle Ranch Elementary School. So you're going to have them walking by. They're going to need a place to hang out at every day because they're going to need to do something. So they're going to be right there at the park, right across the street from good kids like my kids, Chrissy's kids back there. We're going to have, we have a lot of elderly people. They're not looking for people like me. They're not going for the biggest guy. They're going for my neighbors that are going to be easily victimized, my kids, and then also my wife. And so it's really concerning because everybody here they're hard workers. Everybody, they're hardworking people. This man right here said he was here for 20 years and he owns his house, pays his taxes. And so now we're going to bring somebody in that he doesn't even want around. Like, I've only been there for 4 years. It doesn't make any sense why you would do that. And I'm already telling my wife, if this thing goes through, we're out. I'm going to open door my house, take my taxes somewhere else, and I'll figure something else out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Fabiana Luna.
Good evening and welcome. And may I ask if you're speaking on item 19?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
am. Okay, good evening, honorable members of the City Council. I stand before you today to express my First Amendment right regarding the proposal item number 19. establishing a transitional home, a transitional and supportive housing, which in reality is a halfway home within our peaceful cul-de-sac. While I acknowledge the importance of providing support and rehabilitation for individuals transitioning from correctional facilities, I firmly believe that our neighborhood is not a suitable location for such a facility, as we have had a lack of transparency. Allow me to present my argument against this proposition. Safety and security, for one. One of the primary concerns associated with a halfway home in a residential neighborhood is the potential impact on safety and security. Our cul-de-sac is a place where families and children reside, and it's essential to prioritize their well-being. While I understand the importance of a second chance, it's crucial to consider the potential risk associated with individuals who may have a history of criminal behavior. The presence of a halfway home may lead to an increase of incidents such as theft, vandalism, or other criminal activities, jeopardizing the safety and peace of our community and our most vulnerable members. Property values. Another significant concern when establishing a halfway home in our cul-de-sac is the potential impact of our property values. Homeownership is an investment for many families, and a significant decrease in property values can have a severe consequence for homeowners' financial stability. Research has shown that the presence of halfway homes in residential areas can negatively affect property values. Potential buyers may be deterred from investing in our neighborhood due to concerns about the safety and perceived risk associated with living near a halfway home. This decline in property value can create an economic burden on homeownership and potentially destabilize our community. Quality of life. Our cul-de-sac is a place where residents enjoy a peaceful and tranquil environment. The introduction of a halfway home can disrupt the atmosphere and compromise the quality of life which we currently cherish. The operation of such facility, typically involving a steady flow of individuals, potential noise disturbances, increase in traffic, and limited privacy for residents. These factors can lead to an increase of unease, discomfort, and overall decline of the quality of life for our families living in our neighborhood. While I recognize the importance of the halfway homes in assisting individuals in their reintegration of society, I urge the City Council to consider alternative locations which may be more suitable for a location. It is crucial to identify areas that are more conductive in providing a supportive environment and minimize negative impacts, especially on our children, where sex offenders can prey on our local community members. In conclusion, I will empathize with an objective supporting individual transitions from correctional facilities. I firmly believe that establishing a halfway home in our cul-de-sac is not an appropriate solution. The potential risk of safety, negative impacts on our property values, deterioration of quality of life, and availability of alternative locations are
Your
all.
time is up.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Calico.
Good evening, Ms. Calico, and welcome.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Calico. I live in Eagle Ranch, and I have a few rhetorical questions for the board, for the city council, excuse me. So my first rhetorical question is, because I know you can't answer back, would you personally want this type of transitional home next door to you where you live? If the answer is no, I please ask you to stop this. Would you personally want your children or grandchildren roaming around in an area freely, as children should? I mean, yes, there's people all over that we don't know live next to us. We don't know what their record is. Yes, I grant you that. But we do know these people are here. Kids like to go ride their bikes. They like to play in the park. We have 3 elementary schools, not just Eagle Ranch. We have Morgan Kincaid. We have Mesa Linda. Excuse me, I'm nervous. We have the Eagle Ranch Elementary. Over between Morgan Kincaid and Mesa Linda, we have a park where kids are there all the time. We have Eagle Ranch Elementary. Kids are there all the time. Over by Durango Court, where this is happening, we have bus stops for Mr. Metzler. We have bus stops for
So, ma'am, I'm going to
kids.
ask you to address the council.
I'm just wanting
Yes.
everybody's attention. We have bus stops for kids. There are tons of kids that go to charter schools. My kid was one of them. He's graduated now. They walk the streets. So this is not safe for any of us. I like the comment about the home values going down. If you wouldn't let somebody, I close with this, if you wouldn't let somebody next to you, please don't do this to us. We are the ones that voted you in. We are the ones that put our trust in you. And we trusted you to do the right thing for our area. There are plenty of areas in the high desert, as it is, there are sparse areas to put places like this in. If you actually care for the people in this community, you will not do this for us. I ask you to please not do this to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Kevin Castle on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Happy to have you with us.
Hello, everybody. Last time I was here, I think I went over a little bit, so I'll try to be a little shorter today.
We appreciate that, sir.
First of all, I want to thank Blanca Gomez, Bob Harriman, Deborah Jones, Liz Becerra, and Leslie Irving for serving as city council. Because I know you've given up a part of your day and a part of your week and a part of your life for the needs of others. I'm still kind of pursuing the idea that I would like to make sure that the city is not pushing the idea of gravel and rock under bare feet. I think that the ordinance needs someone to take a look at it. I don't know if you have. I did suggest that you go take a look at the neighborhood I'm describing. It's the area around Center Street Park. I did take a walk there, by the way, because I'm not sure that the laws are being enforced equally, and the Equal Protection Clause does apply, of course. But I walked through there through 5 or 6 blocks, and I saw 48 houses that do not have rock and have exposed soil, which this ordinance claims that we should not see dirt in our front yard. Well, all I can tell you is if you think of people using their front yard as a place to have an iced tea or to have a hot dog or to play marbles or whatever, it's never going to happen in those houses that you turned into some kind of factory. You pretended that a rental house was a business, like a muffler shop or a barber shop, someplace where nobody plays in the front yard. The muffler shop can get by with gravel in the front yard, but if you're really living in a house and using it like humans do, you're not going to walk out on a bunch of junky gravel and say, "Ooh, I'm enjoying my life here." I think neighborhoods need to have knowledge of one another. One thing I noticed when I moved to California was that they forgot to put a front porch on their houses. Are they kidding? Do they wonder what happened to their neighborhoods when everybody moved into the backyard? Anyway, I'm not really complaining that much. I do have to say you're doing a good job. You really have. Some of the things you did that affected our family was supporting that hotel that you turned into the homeless shelter. And we had a relative who had a drug problem, was living in her car because she didn't want to spend valuable drug money on rent. And you helped her out a lot. I went and visited her there twice in the past few months. And she's really grateful to you. You made a big difference. Let me see. Also the concerts in the park. I didn't notice if they were doing them this year, but you did them last year, and that meant a lot. To me, it turned this town into a place to be. And so, anyway, I once again wrote up something for you. I don't know if you really read these things, and I don't know if I should be talking really to Keith Metzler or Sophie or Janelle. But I just wanted you to know that really I don't think the ordinance is fair to the people. We got to think about people. You're taking care of them the best you can. I'm trying to do my part. Thanks.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we just concluded our concerts in the park. Yeah, we did it. It was great. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers at this time.
All right. With that said, the chair is going to close the public comment period and bring this item back to the council. We are now going to move on to our first business that we're going to take up this evening. It's written communications item number 19. And the title of it is Transitional and Supportive Housing Overview. And so, Mr. Metzler, I'm going to ask you to introduce it, and then I'm going to further introduce it as this was the item that I requested and the council approved. It's yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, at your request, we did put this item together to speak from a much more general perspective to help provide information on how transitional housing and supportive housing works in Victorville. And I say works in Victorville. I should say that it also works similarly in many other communities throughout the state, because despite the confusion that exists, and that's why I'm particularly glad we're able to have this forum here today, is to be able to provide you with the right information based upon the way we're required to implement. We've put together a presentation to help give overview as to how it works in California. Because unfortunately, the reality that we're faced with is that it's a California-led legal framework that's imposed upon all jurisdictions, to where we're effectively, as a part of our land use policies, obligated to fairly apply housing opportunities to all individuals, whether they're in residentially zoned environments or not. I would like to say in advance, the frustration that we as staff here tonight in the audience is frustration that we've heard. And it's actually frustration that we share, in fact, quite honestly, for many of us, especially those of us that actually live in this community ourselves. Anger is probably a more appropriate word, because we've seen the evolution of transitional and supportive housing coming into our neighborhoods. I think there is a sad reality. There's a gentleman that spoke that's in the corrections industry. I hate to say it, but the framework that's established by the state is probably going to cause things to get worse, in large part because we have this larger statewide view on not incarcerating individuals. You know, we as Victorville have been very focused for many years, and this community has been supportive of our efforts to invest dramatically in public safety. And speaking to police for 2 seconds, we've invested dramatically just over the last few years, adding 11 deputies. We've added over 120 technological devices called ALPRs to our signals, where we're actually solving crimes much faster than we ever did. Serious, ugly crimes. We're expanding we've expanded our traffic enforcement. We've expanded our code enforcement. We have thrown a tremendous amount of resources at improving public safety in the city, thanks to the support of the community. But I have to say, the sad reality is, and that's why it makes us angry. It certainly makes me angry as the manager, because we have to do our best to try to carry out your mission of making this community safe. We have to deal with policies that are set forward by the state of California, where we're obligated to comply with, whether we like it or not. And as this state closes down jails, and continues to expand early release programs, I think the sad reality is something's got to change, but it's got to change at the state level, because that's effectively what's affecting our ability to properly regulate the communities to a safety level that we believe is safe. So I preface the conversation with that. I also preface the conversation that this is more so to help share information about what transitional and supportive housing means. It's not dealing with a specific project, because there is no specific project that's actually up for consideration at this point in time. And Mr. Webb, Scott Webb, is our city planner. He's got the brief presentation that can give the overview, but then can also speak to, as it relates to our obligation to comply and be fair and non-discriminatory, how you see some of these residential units popping up. And maybe not a part of the presentation, but to the extent we have time, I think George Duran can be helpful, especially on the code enforcement side of things, because there are some compliance mechanisms that are in place to where, we can inspect and we can cite, of course, if they're being not the best of citizen or resident in our community. So with that, we are prepared with with a presentation. I'll yield it back to you, but I do appreciate the time to at least provide preference.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzger. I'm going to briefly do a follow-up introduction on this item, since it was at my request. First and foremost, to my colleagues, I have to say I'm so proud to have requested this item and that my colleagues unanimously joined with me to hear more about transitional and supportive housing, because it's not only Victorville that this is affecting. It's affecting all of our neighboring communities. And I'm so very proud of our community for doing its due diligence and wanting to be supportive of our community at large. And that's what our city is all about, is caring for one another and being neighborly. And I know that this council is waiting with bated breath to hear this presentation, as am I. Just want to make it very clear that this item is an informational piece only, and we'll have discussions and we'll try to answer as many questions and anticipate community questions as best we can. But this is not agendized to make any type of decision this evening. In fact, I suspect, and I'm pretty sure, positive actually, that we have no authority to make any decisions as to granting or not granting apart from the normal permitting process. So with that, thank you, Mr. Webb. We're glad to have you. And we look forward to your presentation. And to the extent that you can anticipate or respond to some of the comments that you've heard this evening and the questions, it would be most helpful.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. First off, I just want to give an outline of what I'll be talking about today. First, I want to start off with explaining state housing law. Then I'll go into what is transitional and supportive housing, talk about some of the definitions. I also want to point out that this is a type of group home protected by the state. So I'll go into that as well. I'll talk about the requirements to operate or lack thereof. I'll also talk about the local government obligations to allow these uses and some nuisance protections to help the community. Okay. And then before I start, I know that I just want to acknowledge that this is a complex issue. All right. And I appreciate, the community coming out because, as staff, we do share some of the same concerns. I also want to just make it clear, make 2 points here. The state and for the federal government, for that matter, has put a lot of stock in group homes as a valuable resource for those that are disabled. And with that, that's a range of physical and or mental disabilities. You could take from that what you want, but there is protections for these classes of people. Because group homes are such an important housing resources for persons with disabilities, state law not only protects them from discriminatory land use policies and practices, it mandates that local governments affirmatively support group homes within their communities. So I'll explain that a little bit more and see where efforts the city could take to provide more guardrails for these uses. But secondly, I want to just acknowledge that this topic can be somewhat puzzling. I deal with these type of land uses on a day-to-day basis. And when I come across certain uses in the state of California, where everything seems to be regulated, I kind of scratch my head and go, why isn't the regulations on this? So I'll touch a little bit in the presentation on, the lack thereof of guidance from the state on some of these uses, and talk about, there's some that are regulated by the state and some that are not. And it's hard for me as a professional to understand the rationale on why the state has stepped in to regulate some but not others. All right, so with that, I'm gonna jump into the presentation here. So as a locality, we are a subdivision of the state. So we are subject to their state requirements. And I wanted to just list a few of those requirements that were mandated to comply with. A lot of these have to do with fair housing laws. These are protected rights that individuals have to have access to housing. One of those laws is our housing element law. As the council knows, we recently updated our housing element. It's required to be updated every 8 years. But prior to that, we updated our housing element in 2015. And the state agency that oversees the oversight of housing elements is the Department of Housing and Community Development. They approved Victorville's housing element conditionally with the condition that we modify our zoning allowances to permit transitional and supportive housing by right. And so back in 2015, we had to adopt an ordinance that outlined that those are permitted uses within residential zones. As being a subdivision of the state does lay down some laws that we cannot conflict with. The state, in this case, has preempted our local authority to introduce more laws that would regulate this type of housing. And so, to keep it plain and simple, this government code section that I referenced here on the last bullet, we have to consider transitional and supportive housing as a residential use that's subject only to the restrictions that apply to other residential dwellings in the same type, in the same zone. Therefore, we cannot, target a regulation on these type of uses.
Hey, Scott, can I just jump in real quick? And this is just to try to make this conversation practical. Because I guess the question is relative to the housing element. If you do not provide language in the housing element that actually attempts to accommodate the transitional or supportive housing, what happens?
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, so there are cities that are being sued right now that do not have certified housing elements. So that exposes the city to litigation. And we are mandated by state law to have a certified housing element. Did that answer it, Keith? Or?
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'd like to further say, if you don't have a housing element, you're not going to have a certified general plan. You're not going to have a legal land use framework to actually accommodate any kind of growth. So effectively, growth, new development would be halted until you have that legal land use framework.
That is correct. And the state, in some cases, is actively trying to strip away cities that don't have certified housing elements to take over their permit and zoning authority, where you essentially go straight to the state to get your permit. All right, so I wanted to just kind of get technical here with what the state lists as transitional housing. It means buildings configured as rental housing developments, but operate under program requirements that require the termination of assistance and recirculating of the assistant unit to another eligible program recipient at a predetermined future date in time that shall be no less than 6 months from the beginning of assistance. What I take from that definition is that transitional housing can limit the length of stay. It's not required to have supportive services either on-site or off-site for the residents. And it's not limited to the target population. And the target population in this case would be low-income individuals that have one or more disability. And then supportive housing, on the other hand, means housing with no limit on length of stay that is occupied by the target population and that is linked to an on-site or off-site service that assists the supportive housing resident in retaining the housing, improving his or her health status, and maximizing his or her ability to live and, when possible, work in the community. So Supportive housing, in summary, there is no length of stay, and it does require that they have on-site supportive services or a link to off-site supportive services for those residents. The requirements to operate a transitional or supportive housing, I wanted to just stipulate that there is no state license or inspection required. I mentioned earlier in the presentation that I grappled with, well, why are some regulated and some not? So in general, you have like group homes for, foster children or that are minors. Those require a permit from the state. Related to substance abuse treatment, if there's treatment being provided on site, that is licensed by the state. But a sober living facility that's not providing treatment is not regulated by the state. So there is some imbalance there where the state has stepped in and has provided oversight. But when it comes to transitional and supportive housing, I would say that this is kind of an evolving front that the state hasn't stepped in to regulate yet. What we can regulate is what we regulate on every residential property. So if you have a home occupation business license, or if you have a home occupation business, if you have a property that you're renting, you're required by our municipal code to obtain a business license. So this is where the limited amount of review that staff can evaluate if a facility actually is transitional or supportive housing. And as you can see by the definition, when we review these business licenses, we're looking at, are you providing services? Is this, is your clients part of the target population? It's very limited on what we can review. This is, and from the city level, it's a ministerial approval, meaning we have no discretion. Either they are supportive transitional housing or not. We don't have the discretion to deny the application because we don't like where it's located. The state has preempted our authority from doing that. And the last bullet here, and we do get the information when we do track down a business license where they are forthcoming and provide this information. Most of these facilities are funded in some manner by a public entity. So some of these public entities have funding requirements, occupancy standards. So this could be an avenue that is worth exploring further, whether it's a county entity, state entity, or federal entity that's funding these type of housing facilities. What is their baseline operating standard? Is it conducive to that type of neighborhood? Because we've seen facilities that can permit 20 people in a single family home, where the average household in our city is around 3 people per unit. So by having these state entities or federal entities, create operational standards that are more conducive to the densities that you see in a residential neighborhood, seems like an avenue that may be worth exploring. Because based on the list of state and federal fair housing standards, I don't believe there's any gaps, I guess, or crevices that we could, flip the standards on this type of housing. It's pretty well established at the federal and state level that these type of facilities are protected under fair housing laws. All right. As far as the local government obligations, I mentioned, we do make sure that they comply with our municipal code. So any business in a residential district does require a business license. We are required to comply with state housing laws, as I mentioned. And we're also prohibited from what I call targeting standards, like establishing a site manager requirement or limiting visitations or occupancy standards. Those, however, could be set by the funding agency that's funding these facilities. And then lastly, what Mr. Metzler mentioned, if we don't comply with these laws, we're subject to litigation and loss of funding. I mentioned in the staff report, one source of funding we receive from the Department of Housing and Community Development is the permanent local housing allocation. We receive around $1 million annually, which we're using towards our wellness center. So if you don't have a certified housing element, you're not even eligible to get those funds. So just wanted to point out that. Nuisance protection. So as I mentioned, these type of facilities are subject to any other residential standard. So if there's noise issues, if there's unauthorized parking like on the front yard area, if there's trash, you name it, if they're not complying with our local standards, our code enforcement can take action on those. And I wanted to point out too, and this is from the Department of Housing and Community Development, that the research has shown that the problems associated with these facilities are minor, and that most group homes are managed well and provide an essential housing resource for these type of vulnerable populations. And then with that, I wanted to just summarize again. The state of California has preempted local governments from enacting more restrictive laws on transitional and supportive housing. Transitional and supportive housing are permitted by right in all zones, allowing residential uses, and are not subject to standards not imposed on similar dwellings in the same zone in which the transitional and supportive housing is located. And then lastly, I wanted to point out, because this has been a hot topic in the last 5 years, finally, the Department of Housing and Community Development has put out an advisory late last year. The link is on the screen here, and it's also attachment C in your staff report. And then also, I encourage anyone from the community, our planning department's open. You can reach out to us at the number listed on the screen or by email with any follow-up questions.
If I might, Madam Mayor, just add to that, because as you heard from Mr. Webb, we do have a statewide legislative framework that we have to work within, unless we want to expose ourselves. And cities have been sued and cities have been fined, and we're not looking to do that. And of course, I know the public wants to see something done, and of course, we're the closest form of government, despite the legal framework being created by others. There are things we can do relative to the enforcement side. As you've heard, we're not permitted to actually discriminate and not approve these types of uses from going into our neighborhood. I think just from my personal experience living in this community, just as I've experienced nuisancy, if you will, from those that are in my neighborhoods, we can just as easily be nuisances to them. And what I mean by that is, and I started the conversation with the preface, that this council has taken serious its investment in its public safety resource, on the police side being one, but one side that the public isn't too and maybe as familiar with is code enforcement. And we do have a robust code enforcement team, and we actually have a philosophy here in our city which is to embrace the complaint. And what that means is we can't solve an issue unless we know about the issue. And so, as I've mentioned, just as some of these, there are some good actors out there, but some can be bad actors. And just as they can be nuisance to us in our living environments, the city can be nuisance to them in the sense that if we get your complaints, we do respond to the complaints. We do actually have a requirement, especially for those that are submitted through our portals or talk to one of the a human online. We actually address those issues within 24 hours. Now, the complainant may not hear directly from us, but we're actually in the field investigating already, opening cases. And so, with that being said, the more and more we can get from the residents, it's not bothering us. That's what we're here for, and that's our approach to code enforcement. But I think I wanted to at least have our head of code enforcement, our code enforcement official, Mr. George Duran, at least touch on some of the more traditional issues that we can run into, because just as we regulate, the rental environment in our community, we can treat these types of uses the same way, and we can impact them the same way with notices of violation, fines, and so forth. And so that's what I mean by we can be nuisance to some of these folks as well. So, Mr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, council members. Yeah, code enforcement regulates rental licensing. And in the city, we have plenty of rentals. And our expectation with rental property owners, we welcome them, but we expect that they manage their rental businesses and rental locations as if they live there. That means they need to be maintained. We expect no broken windows, well-maintained yards, no parking on the yards, no trash and debris. The expectation that one would have of a homeowner. And so as we regulate, and we often do come across complaints that are related to transitional housing facilities, our first approach is to contact the owner. And the owner is the conditions are brought to their attention. And generally what we're finding sometimes is inoperative vehicles that are on the property, perhaps the property is not maintained. And what we find often is that the owners are there to run a business, and we want them to be engaged. Regardless of the tenure of that rental location, whether it's a transitional housing facility or a family that's living there. So the public definitely has options to report those conditions, which have a positive effect. Eventually what happens is we have measures in place to hold the property owner accountable for the nuisances that may be stemming perhaps from a transitional housing facility. We've had in the past issued fines for those conditions, and the public should be assured is that does work. It really addresses a broken window theory, where if the thought or the perception of transitional housing facilities is that it's going to be run down, it's not going to be maintained, there are protections in place and there are ordinances in place to ensure that does not happen. And often, again, as we investigate and respond to transition housing complaints, first thing we want to make sure is it a true transitional housing facility? Are they charging rent of $1,000 per room? If that's the case, that is not a transitional housing facility. That is a boarding house. So we take a different approach with that. But all that information is gathered by the code enforcement officers when they make that visit and investigate. First of all, probably based on some physical imperfections with the property. So yeah, we have measures in place to provide some assurances to community members of the potential perceived impacts that they may have with a transitional housing facility.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Webb, Mr. Duran, for the very full and comprehensive presentation. As this item is an informational piece only, and there's going to be no motion to be had per se on this, we normally would move on to questions for regarding the staff report and presentations, etc. But I'm going to combine it to be questions and comments. Normally that would still be limited to 2 minutes, but unless I hear a consensus and objection, I think it would be reasonable to give each council member to ask questions and make comments for up to 5 minutes. This is a weighty subject. This is the first real time that I've ever seen this come before the council. And I mean, for many, this feels like a turning point. So I think we need to be able to have a very full discussion and dialogue about that. So with that said, I'm going to call on Member Gomez for questions and comments related to the staff report and presentation.
Is the city aware of the United States versus the city of Hesperia, where the city of Hesperia in San Bernardino County was ordered to pay $1 million? If that's for context. If so, are those issues addressed by the Division of Housing Policy Developments in the memorandum, where Victorville now must follow the transitional and supportive housing in residential areas under the housing element law?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. If I'm hearing the case correctly, this is a recent settlement or action that was taken by the federal government against the city of Hesperia. That was affiliated with something other than transitional and supportive housing. I believe it had to do with their anti-crime ordinance.
I think it was crime-free multi-housing.
Crime-free multi-housing. So this is separate. It did not spur the city to have to comply with transitional and supportive housing laws. As I mentioned in the staff report, that was addressed in 2015 with our then adopted housing element.
So then the crime-free multi-housing is not synonymous to transitional or supportive housing?
They're two separate issues.
Thank you. And how has the city created ordinances to support building of, and this is within the report, factory, those homes that are like mobile homes, but they're not mobile homes? What has the city been doing in order to create those types of policies in order to create a zone where potentially transitional housing and any kind of zoning can be more have a more appetite for these types of tenants or people that are probably going to own and live in these types of situations?
Yes, so the housing element, state law mandates that every city provide housing opportunities for all income levels. So I think what you're referencing is some of the state mandated housing, whether it's single room occupancy, whether it's permitted by right, emergency shelters. Some may not know that that's another item that is part of our housing element where we have to permit by right somewhere in our city for emergency shelters to occur.
Okay. And what pockets of the city of Victorville does the city allow for these types of options, whether it's a type of home or what you just said, whereas we have to have certain areas that are zoned if we're going to have non-discriminatory types of acts?
So any area of our city that allows for residential uses needs to also allow for transitional and supportive housing as mandated by the state.
So there's no specific areas it could be held within any 72 to 74 square mile footage of the city of Victorville?
Correct. That would subject the city to litigation.
And has there been any type of modification or accommodations that the city has thought about in terms of housing and community development that might, again, be like a program to help individuals that are having these transitional homes so that they're not necessarily going to pockets of neighborhoods where it seems like these neighborhoods are just family based versus a mix of populations. Do we do anything of that nature?
As far as maybe, are you saying like incentivizing them to go to?
Kind of like a Victorville 101 program. So basically informing individuals. So it's not that you're discriminating and you're deterring them, is that there's some kind of program out there that you're saying, hey, look, have you guys thought about this area? Not that you're gonna not permit where they want to go, but using that as leverage for them to situate themselves in probably areas where it would be more amenable without discriminating.
I'm not aware of any type of program at a local level that provides guidance to these type of facilities on where they should go in any municipality.
Okay, and how is the public nuisance in relation to land use, circulation, resources, noise, safety, environmental justice, and housing defined for what I would say what Mr. Duran and you were talking about? How are those issues utilized not just for families but for these types of transitional housing? So nuisance, it's loud music. Someone calls code enforcement. So what are some of those examples with these measures that I gave: land use, circulation, resource, noise, safety, elemental justice, housing?
So in general, these facilities are subject to any other requirement that a normal single-family home is subject to. So whether that's a noise ordinance that says you need to be quiet after 10 p.m. or an ordinance that says that you can't park on your lawn. Those are all standards that can be enforced regardless of what type of facility is run from that residence.
And then when something like this is used, and Mr. Mesler said kind of like become a nuisance, the opposite, by using some of the policies or ordinance, is there a level of carefulness that needs to be handled when this is approached at that matter? Or has there been any circumstances in the past where maybe they'll come back and there's potential litigation because too many citations and there's provided evidence that it's the opposite? Because this also works for families, not just the transitional housing. Have we ever met with circumstances like that?
Not necessarily. I think the important part here is making sure that we address this objectively. We can't really consider the tenure of the occupancy. If you address it objectively, where there are reported and founded violations, anything physical or noise issues, primarily it's addressed to the property owner. They have ultimate responsibility of what happens related to their business.
Okay, thank you for answering that. So when we have a property owner that's absent and probably a lot of potential renters or tenants, how can your division help with making that situation better without going to the extreme of putting liens and potentially the property just gets taken away because of so many liens and things like this?
Unless it's extenuating circumstances, every violation starts with a notice, several notices to the owner. It's part of due process. So our aim is not to take property. Our aim is not to fine the individual, the property owner in this case. But yeah, everything starts with a notice. So they are given opportunity to correct.
And are there any, and maybe it's stated wrong, but are there any preemptive laws that are currently in the municipal codes or ordinances that could curtail the supportive and transitional housing methods or measures? And the question is not to be read that we should have, because I'm not advocating for discrimination. I'm very curious as to the level of equity that's provided not only to members of a protected class, but also for members who have families who may behave in such a manner but are not in the situation that this protected class may be.
Thank you for that question. So state law prohibits the city from creating standards that would target these uses or further regulate these uses. However, if the funding entity, whether that's the county, state, or federal government, elects to provide further standards, whether that's, you know, separation requirements from other units, or occupancy limits, that is something that those funding entities could install.
Okay. And then
Your time is up.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman. Mr. Harriman, we can do questions and comments for
Okay.
up to 5 minutes.
First, I'd like to say I feel everybody's pain. I get it. I do. I live on a cul-de-sac,
Mr. Harriman, if we can address the council.
and so is the best thing for everyone to do is to be conscious of what's going on at the residence, to make sure they're following all the ordinances that everybody else has to follow by. Parking in the on the lawn and that sort of thing. I'm trying to the people just need to be aware that if the state has mandated this, that we can't control them out of the ordinary, other than the ordinary homeowner. The people just need to be more conscious and keep an eye on what's going on. Then that is when the city can come and take action. Take action might sound a little harsh, but our code enforcement show up, start a report, send a notice for an infraction, give them 30 days to alleviate and take care of it. And if not, it goes to a new level.
Yes, those are some of the nuisance remedies that can be accommodated through the city's enforcement.
And the city has no authority to say you can't have the transitional housing. It's mandated by the state, and it's out of our hands in essence.
That is correct.
So the best thing for the residents to do is to keep an eye out for infractions, for our normal code enforcement infractions. Is going to be their avenue. I'm trying to have everyone realize what the avenue is if they want, because we're limited at what kind of regulation we can do.
Yeah. I don't want to advise what the best thing to do is, but what you touched on was what's available to them through our city code enforcement department. You know, we have seen where some of these facilities reach out to the neighboring community, have, you know, like an open session where they answer questions. You know, the neighborly thing to do may be just to go talk to your neighbor. You know, there's normally some type of manager that's running the facility that can tell you, you know, some of their house rules, or can give you even their cell phone to call. Yeah, so it's we do have resources available if they're violating a municipal code requirement. We could follow up on. But yeah, I would say beyond that, just to be aware, know your neighborhood.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to say I do understand where you're coming from. And the young lady said, what if it's you? I'd be out there doing what you're doing right now. So I do understand. I think what is disheartening is that we are preempted from taking any action, imposing our own regulations. And quite frankly, I'm very surprised and disappointed that the state does not have any oversight or regulatory compliance for transitional and supportive housing, particularly because you mentioned that they are viewing this targeted population as disabled in some way. one way or another in some capacity. So that's disheartening and troubling for me. But I heard you talk about two things, and I'd like for you to address them. You mentioned that there's some cities that are involved in litigation for this very issue because they did not include transitional and supportive housing in their housing element. What cities are those? What are those cities, and how long have they been involved in litigation? Do you know?
So two examples. One, I don't know all the details of it, but the city of Huntington Beach is being sued for not having a certified housing element. Also in Orange County, the city of Anaheim, they stepped in and were regulating transitional and supportive housing via a conditional use permit, which is discretionary, which is not allowed. But on top of that, they denied the use. On behalf of the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Attorney General stepped in and is now in litigation against Anaheim because of that denial.
You know I'm going to do my independent reading, right? Okay. The other question that I had for you is that you touched up on this, and I'm not sure if you meant it the way I heard it. You talked about some of these programs or some of these homes receive funding sources and they have requirements. I understand that we have code enforcement and our codes to help us. There are tools available to us. Were you proposing in any way, form, or fashion that from whatever is gathered on calls that regarding the rental agreement and the situation that exists, that we involve ourselves in some way, form, or fashion to monitoring or perhaps taking a look and making sure that these facilities are actually meeting their funding requirements? Because you touched on that
I guess
2 or 3 times and I heard it.
so.
I'm
Thank
thinking
you.
strategically.
What I can say that this is an unregulated field, and during the business license review process, where we try to understand the information of is this transitional or supportive housing, we get contracts from either the county or the state or the federal government, and it's a mixed bag.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mixed bag of requirement. But it's public funds that are funding this in our community.
Mm-hmm.
So my point was just that, well, we have a litany of fair housing laws that we have to comply with. It's people that work in the state, county, and federal government that put these contracts together and fund these facilities without maybe some of the requirements that you and I would like to see in them. So whether that's a cap on how many people can be in their facility, or separation requirements, those are something that when we talk about environmental justice,
Mm-hmm.
I think that the state, the feds, county needs to look at that, because are you being fair to this population if you don't provide that equity? And being an affordable city to live in, my fear as a professional that it's a simple economics. So these operators that establish these facilities have good intention, but where do they locate? They locate in the most affordable areas so they can make their ends meet. And so that's a concern, but it's again, we're preempted at this point, but the funding agencies have the authority when they create these programs and put out an RFP and select a nonprofit to run these facilities. They set the standard.
But we need to make sure that those recipients are meeting the requirements. as well. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the gray area that is
Yeah.
not,
And,
because
and what I would say is that through the business license process, when we do get those contracts, we keep them on file. So that if there is a complaint, we do reach out. I haven't seen a complaint that came in so far where we had to go reach out to like the funding department, whether that's the county or the state correctional department. But we could.
I come from the school of thought that there is more than one way to skin the cat. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for Keith, but I'm sure gonna give it to the captain. Does Megan law apply for anybody living in a transitional home?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Megan Law obviously is a public way of people researching who's in the neighborhood and all that. As far as housing goes, I don't know that there would be any regulations prohibiting.
So what my question is, if a Megan law offender is living in this home, looking at the map, looks like a pocket park at the end of Durango Court. If there is a park within, 500 feet, they can't be near kids? If there is a park, if there is a playground, if there is a public entity where the kids can play, are they allowed to live within that many feet of children?
Well, and that's kind of what I was going to is wherever they're living, they have to be within compliance.
So if there is a park near that house, they can't, Megan law offenders cannot live there.
That could correct.
Okay. So if the end of Durango Court or the beginning of Durango Court has a pocket park in it. So another question. I thought felons weren't allowed to live with other felons.
In terms of housing, there's nothing that I know of that felons can't be with felons. Back with some of the Section 8 and some of that housing requirements, they were not allowed to be felons, receiving those benefits. There were specific guidelines under the Section 8 laws. However, this is a bit different topic coming from the state. And like Mr. Metzler has mentioned, there's a lot of legislation that is coming out of the state of California that's just simply not in our favor.
You said there is no occupancy standard for a transitional home?
Other than what our building code allows. And so you're looking at occupancies that could allow 20 people in a
Okay,
single.
so 20 people live there. If all 20, let's say 10 of them have cars. Only 2 can go in the driveway. If any other car is blocking the sidewalk, people can call and report those cars, correct?
That's
If
correct.
any other car is blocking a driveway, is blocking a fire hydrant, is blocking any other part of that cul-de-sac that there is no parking allowed, they can call and those cars can be towed away, correct?
Correct.
If there's 10 people in there and everybody has a dog, is there still a 2-dog limit at the home? All the other dogs get pulled
Correct.
at all times. And those calls can be made to animal control and code enforcement at all times, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If any loud music that I can hear from my home, they can call the police department or code enforcement every day if needed to.
Yes.
So if the decibels that I can hear in my home, call.
Correct.
Eventually somebody's gonna leave that neighborhood. Call. I get it. And like we're saying up here, wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. Turn up the heat. If there's cars parked where they're not supposed to be, if there's an amount of dogs that aren't supposed to be there, those are laws that are in place in the city of Victorville that can be dealt with immediately. Correct?
Correct.
On the pocket park, that would have to go through who's living at the home. But if there is a park available, they're not allowed to live there, right? If it's close enough to within feet of the home, since we don't have an address.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to speak on all of the 290 registrant requirements.
But you can't block a sidewalk to park a car either. So like I'm saying, if a lot of them have cars, they can't be doubled and triple parked. They have to move. They have to be parked on the roadway legally.
Correct.
If there's no parking on the roadway, then they can't park there. They got to park down the street. Okay. Mr. Duran, if you have cards, could you please make them available through either Mr. Metzler or the city clerk? Let's give these folks a number to call.
Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Metzler?
Yes.
Talking to the council, I'm sorry for them. We can only do what we can. We have other monies that come in through the state, you said? $1 million comes in that you know of right now to help other housing?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I don't know how to follow that. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra knocked it out of the park with her questions, and she anticipated a number of mine. So, in fact, all my colleagues, I'm very proud of the comments and the questions. I too commiserate with my neighbors, and I've had some discussions with some of my neighbors that are gut wrenching. And I heard from a neighbor who said, you know what, I bought my house in 1995. I've paid for my home. I've made, we live in a nice neighborhood, and now potentially someone can come in and turn everything upside down. Do we all need to get security cameras? Do we all need to, can my daughter work, leave for work in the middle of the night anymore? Is it safe for her to do that? So this is a very savvy community. I have to say, I'm very impressed. They've done their homework, and they've kind of, through the process of elimination, figured out what kinds of homes might end up there, because it's a 2-story home. So for me, that takes out supportive housing for occupants under the Lanterman Act that are developmentally delayed, that are serviced by Inland Regional Center. They've also figured that it takes out senior citizen housing because it's a 2-story home, and so that's unlikely as well. I do recall looking at the website, and I thought I did see something about veterans. So I was happy to hear a community member say that there had been contact with the owner, which I think is a good sign. I do think it's a good sign, because the owner did not have to do that. There is, I think, some hesitation because of some of the activity that was happening in the middle of the night, and it makes one wonder how wedded that person might be to following our local laws. That is a concern for me, at least. So I have a question on transitional housing. This is someone that has to be there at least 6 months, but no less than 6 months. But it's going to be a kind of a revolving door kind of a situation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the program has to accommodate them for at least 6 months.
Okay.
Whether or not they stay is another issue.
Okay. Supportive housing is, I'm the way that I'm seeing supportive housing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that these are the ones that are typically funded by public agencies, like, for example, the regional center, et cetera, et cetera. Is that fair?
I would say
because they receive, so under the Lanterman Act, regional center takes care of adults that are developmentally delayed. And so they do have a lot of supportive services on site and off site. So just in fairness, and I think everybody already knows this, right? I have a son that's developmentally delayed. He lives in supportive housing. And I know that there's a mechanism to contact the agency that's overseeing them and make public complaints, and they take it very seriously. But again, I don't think this is going to fall under the Lanterman Act. So here we go. On for our residents, single family residents, not transitional, not supportive housing. Let's say if we have a 3 or 4 bedroom house, how many people are allowed to reside in a home? What's the maximum?
Wish I could do the math in my head. Typically, it's about 2 per bedroom. However, with your master bedroom, depending on the square footage. I've seen where, they could put 2 bunk beds in there, where there's like 4 people in that larger square footage area.
So if we were to look at, say, a 3-bedroom home that had a bedroom that was, subdivided, or even a 4-bedroom room, and they subdivided a room, they could have, they could have no more than what our code would allow for that.
No more than what our building code
Building
is that comes from the state.
So the concern about potentially 20 people in a home is maybe an exaggeration or unnecessary.
It's on the top end of what you would see. But, when I started my career, it was, we had state licensed care facilities where the city couldn't regulate any use of 6 or less occupants. And it seems like with this transitional and supportive housing, it's not licensed, first of all, but it doesn't have any occupancy limit where the city can regulate it.
Okay, so getting back to vehicles. So if a vehicle is impeding the sidewalk, not allowed, correct?
Correct.
Cannot park on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Cannot be an unregistered vehicle?
That's correct.
What about an inoperable vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. So, there are a lot of things that code enforcement can handle. And I want to be careful because I want to make sure that we're meeting our obligations as a city. But our community needs to feel protected. And I commiserate with my community. This is terrifying. And no, I would not want this next door to me. I wouldn't want it across the street. I would not want it on my street. But let me tell you, it's in my neighborhood. It's my neighborhood. And, and I'm with my neighbors. I'm thinking about putting extra cameras on my property and on my block wall. And I don't want to be an alarmist, but I get it. And it's concerning. So thinking about all of I know that we have on the website our codes and all of that, but can we put together some kind of an informative piece, if the council is amenable to this, and if we can do it, an informational piece, or like a little guide or a booklet on what you
Your
can
time is
expect
up.
from your neighbors or our community?
If that's the council's prerogative, sure.
Okay. And can I ask the council for 1 minute of additional time?
Is that a motion? Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second discussion. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I am so thankful to my colleagues. All right, so in terms of, from your experience, in terms of veterans living in a transitional or supportive housing, typically, does that mean veterans who've been homeless maybe, or what might that look like?
Yes, it's typically veterans that would be low income, that you can't afford housing themselves, and that suffer from one or more disability.
Disability, like an ADA disability?
Whether that's physical or mental.
Okay. And then you mentioned being able to determine if there's a notice of violation if it's like really a boarding place rather than a transitional or supportive housing. How do you find out how much rent people are paying? The truth of it.
So these facilities are not like a room and board, or where you can split up your single family home into like an apartment complex. These are facilities that are run as a program and funded by either like a nonprofit through philanthropy, or through a nonprofit that's funded through a public agency. So it's a program that's funded, that clients come in and clients go, but they don't have separate leases on each of their rooms, if that makes sense.
Okay. And then one final thing I would like to ask of my colleagues if we might offer consensus direction to our city manager to put together an informative guide for the layperson in terms of our code enforcement and what we might what all residents should expect of all residents, right? So regardless of the nature of it being a transitional or supportive home or a regular residence, they still all have to abide by our code. And so that our community has a helpful guide to refer to so that they can be as engaged as they can be. So do we have consensus on that?
Can't they just put what we just reviewed? Why would we?
I'm looking at cannot park on the sidewalk, cannot park in the, those kinds of things in layman's terms. That's what I'm looking at. Something just very short and to the point to be helpful to all of our community and any member of our city if they would request such a thing.
Is that a motion?
We can't take action, but I can certainly ask for consensus to give direction.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, anybody else?
I have a question in regards to what you're asking.
Sure.
You said for the whole city, but it must be requested, right?
Well,
So
however,
this-
the city would like to make it available. Sure.
okay, however it's available, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, we have consensus. So, Mr. Metzler. So this will be a mechanism for everyone in our community, Eagle Ranch and beyond, so that we're not targeting transitional and supportive housing, but we all have a right, whether it's those kind of homes or not, to not be encroached upon by our neighbors. All right, so to my colleagues, again, thank you for the additional time. I appreciate it. We do have Member Harriman, Member Irving, and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. I don't think that you used up all of your time. If you had any additional comments, you're free.
Did I use all mine?
You did not. Madam Clerk, how much time does Member Harriman have left?
Unfortunately, she just cleared it, so I don't have.
Oh, how about if it's quick, let's go ahead.
You're referring to, is that penal code, all those infractions? So are you talking about just offering a list of, or a copy of our penal code?
No, I'm asking for the city to create an easy to read, easy to understand guide for all of our community members should they request it, that helps them know what their protections are in their neighborhoods.
But isn't that just our penal code? Our municipal code? I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong term.
Municipal code, but right, but blah blah blah. Residents may not park on the sidewalk. Residents may not. Your car has to be registered. It has to be in operation. All of those kind of things. Noise nuisance. All of those things, so that our community can feel like, sometimes we gotta push the good neighbor policy. So we do have consensus, Mr. Metzler. All right, and then so once again, we thank our community for stepping up. I'm very impressed, as I know my colleagues are. So at that point, that concludes this particular item. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And we'll resume at, let's just make it 7 minutes. We'll resume at 8:05. open session. The time is 8:06 p.m. We're now going to move on. The meeting will come to order. We are resuming open session. The time is 8:06 p.m. We're going to move on to our next business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is the award of construction contract and approved notice of exemption, Civic Arena Pavement Rehab Project. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item particularly is dealing with an area not far from us here and including actual parking lot areas here. We're going to take on a large pavement rehabilitation program using a couple of different types of material, both the type 2 slurry and then also a micro surfacing, both difference in style, difference in purpose. And based upon the limited funding available for these types of improvement, as is effectively how the scope was developed to decide which roads within the Civic Center area are to be improved with the respective material. Scope of work was developed by your city engineering department, and then they actually used that scope of work to actually publicly bid the project. This project has been subjected to public bid process. Roy Allen Slurry Seal was the identified low bidder. And so with that, with your approval, we will be moving forward with the improvement to the identified roadways and parking lots. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler, though he is not here, and we have Mr. Freddie Bonilla, assistant city engineer, available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing, receive testimony regarding the proposed project, approve the notice of exemption for the Civic Area Pavement Rehabilitation Project, and award a construction contract to Roy Allen Slurry Seal, Inc. in the amount of $2,111,345.61 for the Civic Area Pavement Rehabilitation Project CC 23-033.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. I'm going to begin with Member Gomez.
What were the PCIs and grades associated with the Civic Area Rehab Project?
Well, PCI is a pavement condition index rating. Each street has its own. I don't have that information available, nor do I believe it's included in the staff report. It's a type of information that likely would have been used at a stage in the process much earlier than we're at currently. It's likely at a stage where we're first identifying what roads need to be invested in next. And so that's not information we have available at this time. Certainly, if it's a desire of the council to bring that forward or share that with you, we can certainly give you the PCI for each of the roadways being improved.
So the payment condition index is not currently available, even if it's requested through a Public Records Act. Is that what you meant?
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that we don't have it available here. If the council so desires for us to put an effort into compiling that information, we certainly could. However, if there was a public records request pursuant to law, we're obligated to provide that information.
Okay, so is that information already by chance tallied, or that would take some work if it would be requested? Just wondering.
It would take additional effort, certainly would take additional effort away from the same team that was responsible for developing this scope and actually ultimately administering and managing the oversight of this project. But if it's the desire of the council and the council believes that information is necessary, we certainly can provide it.
Okay, and so the PCIs are different from the grades. Do we know the grades?
PCI is the known measure we use to understand the condition of the pavement.
Okay. And historically, how many times has this project gone under the same pavement rehab concept?
I'm sorry, under the what?
Historically, do we have do we have information that has been compiled to know how many times it's been rehabbed? So within the year, 5 times, or within the last 5 years, it's typical to have it annually reviewed and rehabbed.
I wish, I'm sorry, I wish we had the resources to be able to take it on annually. Just looking at something like Civic Drive, I can't remember the last time, and I can remember pretty far back. In fact, there's a segment of Civic, I believe, that we actually reconstructed last in maybe 03, 04. But again, if that's information that this council would like to have, certainly we can bring that back as well as to when they were last improved.
So just by going by an approximation of 04, so it's been quite some time. So that's definitely the amount of time that a rehab project would come into play for a city council to approve.
No, it's not that linear. It's not that simple. It has a lot more to do with the index that we use to measure the life and the condition of the road. But roadways throughout the city experience a number of different impacts. Some roads are driven on more frequently than others. Some roads are dealing with a heavier, from a weight perspective, a heavier traffic than others. There's just a number of different factors that are brought into a roadway, so they're not exactly linear in the sense that each road should be reinvested in over a defined specific period of time.
Thank you. And finally, in terms of the pavement of the streets, is there any way that this was already part of the CIP projects and it's just being highlighted because it's become a priority? Or is there something aside from that?
No, this is a type of improvement that we would contemplate as a function of our CIP program. We do operate through a 5-year window, so these are types of improvements that we would have envisioned and planned into a schedule.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I have done either.
Thank you. And I have none. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, any request to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. No request to speak. The chair closes the public hearing and brings this item to the council. The chair at this time is going to move that we adopt staff's recommendation as to points 2 and 3 with point 1 already having been disposed.
Second.
The first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, to you and your staff, I understand how much work went into this. Thank you. Very well put together, very well explained. Even to the layman's term of exactly what we're doing out there. To the engineering staff, thank you. Have fun with this. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Nothing.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Comments? Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments. I close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as to points 2 and 3 as presented on the agenda. Moving on to public hearing item number 2, adoption of resolution number C23-051, annual assessments for unpaid rubbish collection, sewer use fees, storm drain fees, hazardous waste fees, and/or Assembly Bill 939 recycling fees. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and I'll just throw this out there. 2 and 3 are somewhat related, just dealing with different subjects. And so my preamble for 2 would likely be very similar to item number 3. And that is that this is an item that we conduct regularly, routinely on an annual basis. And in the case of item 2, effectively deals with those charges for service, whether it's sewer, trash, storm drain, hazardous waste fees, recycling fees, Effectively, it's dealing with those customers that have delinquencies greater than 60 days at the close of our fiscal year. We do provide as much notice as possible to make sure there's absolute awareness that there's an arrearage owing. And we will, up until the very last minute, which I believe is the last week in July, don't quote me on that part, but we are required then to assess properties for unpaid, in this case, those aforementioned fees. In the case of number 3, you're acting as a water district for the unpaid water fees. So effectively, with approval of these items tonight, then that would authorize staff to proceed with the leaning of properties for the delinquent amounts. We will still accept and hold a leaning if, in fact, amounts are paid before getting to that point. So with that, the author on this item and both items are your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council conduct the public hearing and receive testimony for the adoption of the proposed resolution number 23-051, close the public hearing, and adopt resolution 23-051 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of Victorville, California, making determination and confirming assessments and proceedings for unpaid rubbish collection, sewer use fees, storm drain fees, hazardous waste fees, and/or Assembly Bill 939 recycling fees.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin this time with Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, Member Irving.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have one. Mr. Metzler, what I noticed, and I'm just going to pick page 57. Out of the 16 that are listed on that page, 9 addresses show out of a different, not the same address as the service location. Do we cross-reference these for licenses for rental? Or just because there's a different address don't mean they're renting?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I don't know the answer to that, Ms. Smith or Mr. Duran, who's in the back. I know that is a part of our ultimate goal, especially as we put more effort into our rental business license program. But I'm sorry, I just don't know that answer.
That's okay. It was just something that, and I just noticed, like I said, out of page 57, the 16 that are listed, 9 show outside addresses and 7 show the same address. So
My understanding is from the years that I oversaw that department, that area, was that that is one of the mechanisms that the team uses to identify possible rental properties is to look for addresses where the owner address is different from the tenanting, for example. So they were doing that 3 or 4 years ago, so I assume they are still actively doing so.
And Ms. Carmen Kuhn is our Assistant Director of Finance, and I think she's validating that as we do that. Okay.
and I get it. We have a lot on our plate, but it's just something that came to mind. Thank you very much. No further questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
How does a collection of non-paid fees get levied to the property that's related to liens and any type of minimization of rates calculated? If you don't understand my question, I could reframe it.
Please do. Just I'm sorry to make sure I get it right.
Of course. So there's this collection of fees that have been levied on properties, as enunciated by one of the council members. So I was wondering, how is that fee levied in terms of calculations with the rate, but also thinking about the process of bringing in a lien so that the city does get its money back for whatever, for the rubbish or whatever that's not being taken care of because of the costs associated?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I think the basis, the most basic basis is going to start with the unitary price that we establish pursuant to the rate plan, multiplied likely by the variable or the consumptive measure of whatever service is being provided. that's going to total an amount outstanding. And then if we get to the leaning process, we do have an ability also to recapture our administrative costs associated with the leaning process. So it would be the product of those numbers.
Is there a risk associated to those properties that are now delinquent where the property owners were noticed with, like we say, letters, but how can someone who is in this predicament kind of salvage themselves so that they don't get, and I'm not saying that they will within the 5th year, their property sold because they perhaps didn't pay attention, something was going on? How do we mitigate something like that? Or do we even have staff that can go as far as doing things like this?
Well, I think you may have considered two processes, one that we control, one that we don't control, and commingled them. I say that because effectively what we will do is for the non-payment of these services being provided, we will lien the property. We're not going to pursue foreclosure. We're not going to pursue the action of a tax sale. That has more to do with the delinquency of property tax, or the county auditor controller's office. Could be wrong about that, but I think ATC, where they have the authority for the non-payment of property taxes for the period of 5 years. They effectively have the legal authority to then put property to tax sale, and then ultimately the proceeds go to then paying off any outstandings until there's no more money left to pay off outstandings. But our lien isn't going to that same level that the county is going to and taking a property to tax sale after 5 years. Our lien will just continue to be recorded, and ultimately will be relieved against the property once it's paid.
Oh, okay. What happens when we do notice with paper, but I didn't understand that. I thought we were going to submit it to the county and then the county took care of that. And I didn't realize that it could be probably 10 years potentially with something lien until they sell the property. But so my next question is in context with me thinking that there's a leaning process with the county involvement. So it was what papers have you utilized for creating these notices to submit to the county for the lien to start its progress?
We'll take a document that looks like this or similar to this, probably in Excel format, and actually submit it. It's the format that the county auditor controller's office actually more or less requires from us to submit to them. That's the notice that we would give to the county. There's separate noticing that goes directly to the property owner, where we're continuously sending them notices about the delinquency.
Thank you. And do any of these notices create any kind of burdensome measures for our staff, and how do we collect those items?
Your time is up.
Well, certainly if everybody paid their bill, then we wouldn't have the additional workload to have to go through this process. But being serious, well, that is serious. But being practical, I guess, given that it's unavoidable to deal with this, we do have to deal with it. And that's why we have a mechanism or an ability to charge the administrative costs associated with having to take on this extra step.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the chair, well, actually, I do have one question. Mr. Metzler, we go through this process every year on this item.
That's correct.
Same with item number 3. We go through that process as well every year.
That's correct.
Thank you. And it's a means by which the city can ultimately collect unpaid fees through the county.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to our public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing. Madam Clerk, any request to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, chair closes the public hearing, brings this item back to the council. Chair moves that we take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda as to point number 3, with points number 1 and 2 having already been disposed. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
So this is for item 2 or item 3?
2.
2. Okay, thank you. No comments.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as to point number 3 as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 3, adoption of resolution number VWD 23-001, annual assessments for unpaid water fees. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Very similar to item number 2, I'd just reiterate that this allows us for those amounts that are outstanding on the water service side of the house for us to be able to lien properties and collect at a later date if non-payment can be achieved in short order. Also authored by Deputy City Manager Smith and available. She's available for any questions or comments right now.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors conduct the public hearing and receive testimony for the adoption of the proposed resolution number VWD 23-011, close the public hearing and adopt resolution number VWD 23-011, entitled the Resolution of the Victorville Water District, City of Victorville, adding delinquent non-paid charges to the annual taxes levied upon the property for which the charges are delinquent and unpaid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Irving.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, didn't we during COVID reach out to everybody that was behind on their water bill to offer them payment?
We did.
So everybody here is within 2 years, right? Is that what we did?
I do believe we've gotten past all of that and effectively, and I think it's reflective in the smaller amounts that you see that are going forward in the liens. So I think we're past that period of time to where you're seeing, and because we've been doing this on an annual basis, you're seeing smaller amounts because these amounts are dealing with the non-payment over the course of this fiscal year.
Okay, but at one time we've offered help to all the homeowners or all the water service
customers.
Yeah, all the water service customers help at one time. This is a new bunch.
That is correct.
Okay, we can only help so much. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes. Is it too late for the owners to be able to use some kind of waiver, get into some kind of payment plan, or any kind of mitigating factors that would stop a levy or a tax levy from being entered against them once this item is voted and potentially passed by the city council?
I believe we're past that. We're at that point now where the payment has to be made. Nope. Am I okay? Yeah, I need help. Thank you, Carmen.
No problem. The notices let customers know that they have until July 25th to contact us. At that point, we can do a payment plan if they fall under SB 998. That would be one option for them. Otherwise, they'd have to pay the amount due, but they have until July 25th.
Is SB 998 specific for water? Or is it all?
For water.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that clarification. My next question is, has the city considered utilizing the Victorville 101 program, probably as a subject matter, to minimize delinquency fees if it was something that could be used as a marketing tool?
It could be considered. I'd have to put a considerable amount of thought in that because I just don't know. We put a lot of effort already into the noticing requirements and put a lot of effort into making sure we're getting to the right person. So what you're asking is going to require a considerable amount of thought as to whether or not the effort is going to help us be more effective.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yeah, just real fast. Those amounts lower because when they don't pay, we just turn off the water.
There's a process before just turning off the water, but
Well-
we are pretty vigilant in that regard. You know, we are getting
Yeah.
the notices out, and you know, when we say the individual is going to be there to shut off the water, the individual's there to shut off the water.
Yeah,
You know,
but
in many
in-
cases, it triggers payment.
and rather with sanitation, you just can't let the trash linger, you know. So that's why I say those amounts are usually smaller with the water than the sanitation.
Yeah.
Just for my education. I have nothing else.
Thank you, Member Harriman, and the chair has nothing. We're going to now move on to the public hearing. The chair opens the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our first speaker is Jane Reether Fatal.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, ma'am, and welcome to our meeting. We're happy to have you with us.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of my father, the former property owner of the 16663 Victor Street, with an outstanding water bill and the extenuating events that led up to the outstanding bill. So thank you in advance for your patience. This is my dad. He is a Vietnam War veteran, arrived stateside in 1973 on July 4th and moved to George Air Force Base in 1975. He purchased the home on Victor Street in 1976 on Thanksgiving. And they thought it was perfect because it had a school, it had a senior citizens club next door, and a mortuary right across the street. So they didn't think that they were going to move at all. They started a janitorial business which serviced Roadway, J.C. Penney's, the Chamber of Commerce. He was part of the Optimist Club, Chamber of Commerce, and Senior Citizens Club. Very involved in the community. As the years went on, the transient and unhoused community, especially in the back desert, kind of overtook the neighborhood. There was a cornered house on Rodeo and Victor that was a known drug house. Many attempts to call officers and reports, and I know it was overwhelming for the city as well. But because of that, the area became unsafe. My mother suffered from dementia, so it was like they were locked into their homes a lot because we had trespassers, we had thieves, even with security cameras and an alarm system. They just broke in and they used the water and trespassed. So my mother was placed into a care facility in 2021, so he was on his own. He intended on staying there, but it became so unsafe that he decided that he needed to leave. The house was under reverse mortgage, so he handed the house back, went through due diligence on the letter that was required to the mortgage company. That was July 1st. It was sent. July 4th, we moved him out of the home, and then we still had things at the house. By July 7th, upon our return, the house had been broken into, and there were people squatting in it already. We made the report. Unfortunately, I tried to get the reports, but the police system fell in April, so I wasn't able to get copies. But we made reports, and then so that they overtook the property, and by July 26th, as I was driving by, the tragic murder of Ashley Tropez
Your time
occurred in
is
the
up.
house.
So my apologies, ma'am. Can I ask, do you have a specific ask of the council?
I wanted to ask for any assistance or consideration of the past due bill in helping to navigate. I now know that there is a payment option, but also just consideration that, on the deed, he is still the owner. The mortgage company is finally in communication with us to proceed on the rest of the demolition fees and everything. So hopefully there will be a resolution for the city and for us. But right now for the water bill, just help in navigating, but also just to let you know that the house may not be there. And I just want you to know my dad is a good person.
Yes, ma'am.
and he's ethical, and he didn't just not want to pay the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Metzler, your suggestion?
Miss Carmen Kuhn is right behind you. I'm hoping she has a business card, but I'd like you to call Carmen and she can work directly with you.
All right. Thank you so much.
We'll let them take care of it. Sir, ma'am and sir, before you leave, this council appreciates you that you stand by your mama and your daddy, number one.
My mother passed in February, so
My
it's
apologies.
just the two of us.
I'm
now.
saddened, we're
But thank
saddened by your loss. Sir, this council and this city thanks you for your service to our country. We appreciate you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the chair is going to close the public hearing and bring the item back to the council. Chair moves that the staff adopt the staff's recommendation as to point 3, noting that points 1 and 2 have already been disposed. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
Discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we have to pull their address? If we're discussing it or no? Mr. Metzler?
The past speaker?
Yes.
No, we have the ability to if there's payment or if we found a way to satisfy it, we have the ability to remove this. This gives us a global approval and we can withdraw from it up until the time we have to actually submit it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so I'm going to seek clarification as well. So making that approval, as you said, is just global, is not something that would affect this member because you have the authority to go beyond the confines of this. Is that what you're saying?
We have flexibility.
Thank you. No other questions or comments?
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have a question.
Okay, so this was meant to be comment on.
I need to know if I need to recuse myself. My neighbor's on here. No? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. I mean, that's a good question. All right, the chair has no comments on the pending motion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as to point 3, noting that points 1 and 2 have been disposed of. That's as presented on the agenda. Moving on to public hearing item number 4, award of construction contract and approved notice of exemption, Bemis gas replacement phase 4. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is involving a natural gas line about 2,700 feet that would be constructed as a part of the capital improvement program for our Victorville Municipal Utility Services. As you know, particularly out at the former George Air Force Base, we inherited an older distribution system. A distribution system that over time we've been ultimately replacing with a superior plastic type material. And so this particular item is effectively the final phase of a multi-phase project to replace a lot of that older aging or aged natural gas distribution system. And so with that, it'll help us in providing natural gas to our customers out at the airport, a much more reliable form of natural gas requiring less maintenance from our staff. So with that, the scope of work was developed by our staff in concert with the city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's not here, but we do have Freddie Bonilla, our assistant director. We also have Brenda Hampton, our director of electric utility services, with us to answer any questions or comments regarding this item. And then finally, this is the award of contract after having gone through a competitive bidding process.
Thank you. All right, with that said, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, approve the notice of exemption, and award a construction contract to A.M. Ortega Construction, Inc. in the amount of $298,446.09 for the Bemis gas replacement phase 4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Oh, all right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, keeping in mind, again, that this is the award of a construction contract. So we're going to begin this time with Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Is VEMS generating high, medium, or low revenues to cover these or future phases without impacting the fiscal account if we were to approve this tonight?
What I can tell you is that this program has been rate planned, so we have anticipated this project as a CIP to be funded with cash generated from the revenues of the system.
You said cash generated from where?
The revenues of the system.
Okay. And for this approval of notice, how long did the former natural gas system perdured before we had to do what we need to do with this to fix it?
How much did it
Last, so endure.
Oh, sorry. Do we know the age of the system that we're replacing?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The specific age of the system is was constructed by the Air Force Base, but the new system, we anticipate a service life of about 50 years.
Okay, so it's the same probably as formerly it does say in the report. Thank you. And finally, so have we worked with this bidder that's going to be recommended?
Bear with me. I'm sorry, I was on the other item. AM Ortega Construction. I don't recognize them. I don't know, Ms. Hampton, if you recognize them, but they are a bidder, qualified bidder that went through the bidding process, and we determined them to be a responsive bidder. So pursuant to Public Contract Code, we're effectively required to award to the low bidder in this case.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, Member Irving. Thank you, and the chair has none. We're now going to move on to the public hearing. The chair opens the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The chair closes the public hearing, brings this item back to the council. The chair moves to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 and 4, noting that points 1 and 2 have already been disposed of. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. Chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as it relates to points 3 and 4 as presented on the agenda. We're now moving on to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar. This is items 5 through 13. Motion is in order at this time for the council.
So number 6.
So I'm sorry, Member Gomez, go ahead.
So for number 6, I have questions for the consent calendar.
Okay.
Would you like me to proceed?
Brief questions, but since you brought that up, I'm going to now, in fairness, ask if any other council members have any brief questions or comments they want to.
I have a brief question as well, number 10.
Number 10. Okay. All right. With that said, Member Gomez, your brief questions on item number 6.
Were any of the CFDs considered exempt property, public property, open space, or anything else within the boundaries that were quoted on page 149? There's a map, and I couldn't really tell if that was the boundary that we're talking about in terms of the lead track.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The map that I'm seeing is on page 149, and that does delineate the boundaries of the district. I'm sorry, as it relates to the first part of your question, exempt properties, can you restate that, please?
Yeah, so I was wondering if the CFDs were considered any one of those open spaces, public property, or exempt.
The answer is no. The boundaries laid out in this CFD district are actual private properties, largely industrial users. This is generally your Foxborough Industrial Park. This is a CFD that was formed largely to serve as a revenue mechanism to help pay for costs associated with the operation and maintenance and capital replacement of a probably a 4,000 foot rail spur that ties into the BNSF main line.
And then finally, we do have a delinquency status. Could we suffer from any liens or any kind of penalties that we should kind of watch out for?
We could not suffer from that. And I'm not aware of any delinquencies in this particular case.
There's a report status that said delinquency, so maybe I just misread it and I figured it was pertinent to the CFDs.
What page are you on?
No, I'm not on a page right now, but there was a report. I can backtrack and look, but if it's not the case and I just oversaw something else, that's fine.
They're required to report on delinquencies, and the report shows no delinquencies.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification, nothing else.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem on item number 10, noting that it's a receive and file item.
That was me.
Yes,
You call me Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not Mayor Pro Tem.
my apologies.
Okay,
Old habits.
I get you, thank you. I know this is an informational item. I thought this was going to be, perhaps I'm mistaken, was this not to be a presentation?
Mr. Metzler.
My understanding was it was not specific to presentation, that the council asked for an update. I'm just looking through because typically we summarize that in the staff report.
I didn't notice that, but so the difference between, just for my own clarification, what's the difference between an update and an overview? Because that same night, we asked for an overview of transitional housing and supportive housing.
I think I requested a presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the person that moved this did not request.
I don't recall.
And I'd have to go back to the specific minutes, but we're pretty.
Okay. I thought I seconded the presentation, but anyway, let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah, and Member Irving may have, I just don't recall, so apologies for that. All right, with that said, now a motion is in order for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 5 through 13 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes on all except 13 is a no.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item 6.
All right, thank you.
13.
13.
Oh, sorry, 13.
All right, so the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors has taken action to adopt the recommendations presented on the agenda on items 5, consent calendar items 5 through 13 is presented on the agenda. Moving on to our next business in order, which is written communications, item number 14. This is the amend budget for additional highway safety improvement program, federal grant funds for the guardrail project. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Last December, the council awarded a contract to install at 13 locations a number of guardrail projects. That project is underway as we speak and is nearing completion. I wouldn't be surprised if at the meeting in August we're actually bringing back notice of completion. But with that being said, the original approval of that project was 2 different funding sources, one being HSIP federal grant money, along with your local Measure I money being used to pay for the balance that the original grant could not pay for itself. And so this item particularly is dealing with an additional grant, an additional HSIP, which is Highway Safety Improvement Program grant money. We got an additional grant in the order of $364,000 and some change. And so this item is particularly dealing with the appropriation side. I'm sorry, the appropriations of funds that would alter your budget on the revenue and expense side. But it would also relieve the monies that were encumbered out of the Measure I fund, so that those Measure I funds could be used for other purposes. So with that, the author on this item is again your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. Pinch hitting for him tonight is Freddie Bonilla, the assistant city engineer. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzger. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-064 to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget to reflect an additional revenue of $364,102.50 and appropriate an additional expense of $364,102.50 from the HSIP federal grant for the construction of the guardrail project.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Gomez.
Are the 13 locations specified in a map or maybe by address? I do see a couple of references, but they're neither a boundary map or a specific address. So I was just wondering if that's something readily available, or we know what sectors, perhaps something like that. Generics.
I think the best descriptor I can give you at this point is actually in some of the titles on the document. Page 280, the top of the Caltrans notice actually has a descriptor of several of those locations, including National Trails Highway, Amargosa Road, Hesperia Road, Outer Bear Valley Road, Petaluma Road, Amethyst Road.
Thank
If
you.
the council desires a map, I'm sure we can put something together.
What materials will be utilized? And just to get an understanding, is this a rail that's similar to the one that's placed on Bear Valley and Amargosa in front of El Tio Pepe restaurant? Is that the model of what the guardrail is?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Excuse me, Member Harriman.
I have none.
My goodness, excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. Member Irving.
No, nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, and the chair has none. And at this point, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Move to adopt staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk to vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council's adopted staff recommendation on item number 14. Moving on to item number 15, amendment number 1 to the renewable power purchase and sale agreement with AM Wind Repower LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. On the side of the house, it involves the municipal utility service. As you know, VMIS operates an electrical distribution system both at the Foxborough Industrial Park, but also at SCLA. The largest of the two systems is out at SCLA, where we have the greatest customer base. And one of the many things that we've been focused on over the years is transitioning our power portfolio to a renewable portfolio that actually meets the state requirements, state standards. And so with that, we've been pursuing a couple of projects. We just came online with a solar battery project to help transition to getting some green energy into our system. We also had previously entered into a contract with Alta Mesa effectively to purchase 11 megawatts of capacity. And that's a wind project down in the Palm Springs area. That project has been delayed so much so that it has run into financing issues. And the question of viability as to being completed has been an issue we've been dealing with. This item particularly is a restructure through the amendment of the previous contract where we're actually still desirous of receiving the power that they can produce. The project is nearing completion, not quite yet complete at this point, but to keep the project moving forward effectively, the project developer had to restructure the financing, and the financing couldn't be restructured unless there was agreement from the off-takers, such as ourselves, the City of Corona, City of Industry, are the three that I recall as the participants on this agreement. And so we did agree to certain change in certain terms as it related to the price for power. We still believe, as the price is increasing from $40 a megawatt to $44, 10% increase, we still believe that is a very good price, certainly compared to what we're seeing on the market, the day aheads. And this item also actually alters some of the liquidated damages provisions. Liquidated damages, of course, are something that we have been benefiting from due to the project being delayed. So with that, we do believe the project will move forward. We believe this is the lesser of two evils, if you will, because the alternative would be effectively to start over and find a new provider of electricity that can meet our power need. So with that, we believe it's fair all around. It keeps the project moving forward. It's going to bring us closer to achieving some of our renewable portfolio standard requirements. And so with that, we've brought this forward under the authorship of Ms. Brenda Hampton. She's your Director of Electric Utility Services. She's in the audience and available to answer any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the Renewable Power Purchase and Sale Agreement with AM Wind Repower LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, I have a few questions. I think I have two. I was busy trying to sift through the staff report for this, and thank you, Mr. Metzler, for teeing the item up, and in that you answered some of my questions. So it's my understanding that the seller somewhat fell short, especially in the way that it's off schedule. I have a question. So you said it's near completion. We expect it to be completed in December of 2023. Is that correct? Is that right?
That's the current.
What happens if they don't complete it?
And so the current expectation is that it's done at the end of December. There are additional liquidated damages that we negotiated in the contract that if they don't achieve, there's additional liquidated damages that are in play that we would benefit from until they do complete it. But I'll let Ms. Hampton speak to the better.
I just have a real quick question. In layman terms, does that mean we get our money back?
We get, if we don't complete it by that date, then we'll start getting damages every day. They'll be paying us money every day that they're late beyond that. If they end up not completing it at all, then we're going to have to look for another contract.
Because they're already a year late, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, as to the getting our money back, I want to just kind of revisit some of the original transaction and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a while. This is a power purchase contract where we basically have agreed to buy their electrons for the next 25 years. Did we actually make a down payment? Because I don't remember a cash outlay. It's basically
we have not paid for this. They are paying for the construction of it, and so what we're paying for is the power when it's produced.
When they produce it,
Yeah.
and so with that, I mean we're at a low risk position in the sense that we have not shelled out any cash, and due to their non-performance, we're actually getting liquidated damages or payments being made for us, really to offset the negative impact it's been placed on us, because as we manage our power portfolio and schedule power to come online at a certain time, we've actually programmed their power to come in at a certain period of time. And if it doesn't, which it hasn't because of the number of delays, we have to secure power from a different source. And that's where we could actually have the cost impact. And so the liquidated damages that we collect because maybe we're buying electricity at a higher price than what we would otherwise buy under this contract, that's what those monies go towards. So we've been collecting those and using that to mitigate the cost increases we've been experienced by not having their electricity online yet.
Okay, I'm glad that you explained that because for whatever reason, I reread this and read it again. I thought that with this amendment, we were kind of, lifting them up, so to speak, financially so that they could get through whatever.
We are giving them enough of a financial incentive going forward that their lenders are going to continue to allow them to borrow. So otherwise, the lenders could have called them on the loan, and if they couldn't pay for the loan, then they potentially could have lost the.
I understand, but yeah, that's why I said, what if they don't deliver? We're going to get our money back, but we don't have any money to get back.
Correct.
So thank you.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, I have one question. Do we have, how do I want to put this? You know, when you have to have so many solar and that for what we run out at VMS, with this, will we meet that goal? Is in the way I'm putting it?
I'm gonna let Brenda answer
Brenda,
that.
you
It's been a while since I focused on that issue.
You get what I'm trying to ask, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
this helps us meet
So
our.
for our renewable portfolio standard requirements, we will have enough to meet our requirements right now. Of course, it's a moving target all the time, but yes.
But this puts us in the bunk. That's what I'm.
Correct.
Thank you. Work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes. Did Sandra Bostic replace Mr. Bouquet and Lee Brown as a former risk manager? That's part of the
Yes.
document. That was my
Yes,
only
Sandra
question.
Bostic is the new risk manager.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, and again, it wasn't on point with the gist of the item. All right, so the chair has no questions on this item and invites a motion from the council.
So move to follow staff's recommendation.
Adopt staff's recommendation, yes. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No discussion, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
None.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16, discussion and possible action to amend resolution number 21-017 with respect to attendance requirements for Community Revitalization Investment Authority board members and the terms and replacement of public members of the CREA board. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is brought back at your request. We did offer some suggestion based upon the feedback we got from you at the June 20th meeting and as it related to participation at the CREA board. And just for the benefit of the public and the audience that may be listening online, the CREA board is your Community Revitalization Investment Authority, which is designed specifically to basically create a tax increment generating tool for your Old Town revitalization efforts. We're in the initial stages of that effort where we have a draft plan. This council has identified it being important that we get participation from that board, which is a board that comprises both elected officials and appointed members of the community. And so with that, participation has been determined important. So with the guidance given to try to provide as much opportunity as possible for members of that board to know what the expectations are, this item was prepared in response to that request. So the author is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb, and he's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, apologies. All right, so with that said, we're going to ask the clerk to read the recommendation, please.
That the City Council adopt resolution number 23-065 thereby amending resolution number 21-017 with respect to attendance requirements for Community Revitalization Investment Authority board members and the terms and replacement of public members of the CREA board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
When do notice vacancies get posted if there's a vacancy related to the item?
Mr. Webb, I think he can answer that.
So we would post that immediately after the vacancy becomes available.
And what do we define as an absence?
Someone that is not in attendance at any portion of the meeting?
At any portion?
Correct. We did have some public members that showed up late
Okay,
to a meeting.
so that's not considered an absent?
Um,
I'm just asking. It's,
yeah, I mean,
if they're
it's-
there, they're there, right? No, okay, just for clarification, thank you. Does the resolution reconsider other forms of appearances? Because the word absence to me is, you just kind of spelled it out if they're there, but if there's a cancellation, meaning someone participated maybe via a different platform, do we have that embedded here? So must they be there in person? And if they show up late is okay, but if they decided to do it via phone, is that allowable?
I may defer to the city attorney on this. I would assume it's as long as they follow typical city processes to notice that hearing where teleconferencing would be available.
The city council doesn't teleconference anymore, but to the extent CREA board wanted to do that, that would be appropriate.
Okay, and so how is an excuse for a third absence requested? So right now, we haven't approved for 2, but if there was a third one, which is, I think is a suggestion, is that something that's automatic? Does someone have to say, hey, we want to put it on the agenda? Because it's really difficult to put things on the agenda. And I don't know if there's a time limit. I mean, how are you guys figuring things like that? That might be a part of an issue for someone that wants to show up, but that needs to make a request within 72 hours, with the phone call, how do we mitigate things like that?
So what's before the council tonight is a new resolution or modified resolution that would establish an immediate vacancy if there is 2 consecutive unexcused absences. So the determination of that is determined by the CREA board. What is an excusable absence?
And then for items E and F, what are the measures to check for the demonstrations of ability to understand and to comply? I don't know if that's going to be a stickler. Like, do they have to have like an educational background? How do you assess the compliance or the understanding of demonstrating something like that? Because I feel that might be an issue. If someone doesn't understand or comply, they could just be booted out. And I'm just looking at any loopholes for protecting those members that are going to be there.
If this resolution's approved, we would make it available and inform the public members of the expectation to attend.
Okay. And how did Section 6 come about as a guideline, and who participated in the structure? Any feedback? I think Mr. Mesler said based on the feedback that was given here was created, and I didn't know if there was other feedback besides
Your
what
time
was
is
here.
up.
Thank you. To the extent that you understood the question, please feel free to respond.
Sure. So given that we're the first CREA board in the entire state, our consultant, when preparing some of these resolutions and supporting documents, did reference similar type of tax increment districts in EIFDs, or enhanced finance infrastructure districts. Those districts have been established, and I believe some of the guiding documents we've kind of pulled from those established districts to guide our CREA board.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Harriman.
This is virtually missed 2 meetings. You're out if they're unexcused.
That is correct.
Thank you. None.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, I have two questions. The first thing is, have we reached out? Have we been in contact with these board members about their, since we kind of like identified or delineated what an absence is and how many constitutes kind of like, you've abandoned your role. Have we reached out to them about their intentions to continue to participate on the CREA board?
I have not. We do reach out repeatedly prior to the meeting to ensure that they make it there and that they're aware of it. So there was an effort to get them to the meeting. But as far as the repercussions of not attending, we have not broached that subject. However, we will, if this resolution is approved tonight, follow up immediately.
Okay.
We have, and Scott would not, I wouldn't expect Scott to know this, but we have separately through the city clerk's office reached out to the two individually, even going so far as to ask of their intentions if they wanted to continue to participate in the board because their lack of attendance was communicating something differently. But Scott is right to the point. If the council approves this item tonight, we will communicate once again with these two members to make sure that it's clear what the expectation is of the council.
Okay. And so you're saying that you haven't had a response at all? Excuse my language, but crickets. Is that what you're saying?
No, we did communicate and make contact through the city clerk. Ms. Thompson did speak to both of them personally, and they both communicated with her expressing an intent to continue.
Okay. The next question is, so I know initially that we need to have the elected officials and we need to have community persons participating. Are these, because we've changed the language somewhat, do the community persons need to people need to come from Old Town, or is that, oh, that is correct still? Okay.
They still need to live or work in the CREA boundary area. Yes.
Didn't we expand the boundary area? So do they have to be from Old Town? Help me with that.
Technically, they still have to be from Old Town.
Okay.
Because with the properties we did add are vacant land.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, that does matter. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Great question, Member Irving. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Thank you. All right, I just have a couple, couple questions maybe. Mr. Metzler, so you indicated that the city clerk's office reached out to the two public board members. My understanding is that was prior to our last meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they both expressed an interest in continuing on.
Yes.
All right. And then the very next meeting, we had one member absent and one member show up late.
That's what I recall. Yes.
Okay. So, okay, that's all my question. That's all I have in terms of questions. And so, at this time, I'm going to venture the motion because this was, I believe, brought here at my request. So, the chair moves that we adopt staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a substitute motion.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yeah, the substitute motion is to maintain what we had formally without changing or making any modifications.
Thank you. We have a substitute motion to retain our current reading on this. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. We're back at the main motion. We have a first and a second. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion. Mr. Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Irving. Hello.
Changing my last name.
No.
I'm kidding with you. No, I don't have any discussion.
Thank you. I have a frog back and forth in my throat tonight. All right, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. And so I just have a couple of comments. I think, anytime we have a member of the public serving on, for example, the Planning Commission or CSAC or the CREA board, I think, the council is very appreciative of the very important role that our community plays and recognizing that it's largely volunteer. And in the case of the Korea Board, it's absolutely volunteer. Our tendency is to want to be extra gracious, but Korea being the first, we're attempting this, I think, for the first time in the state. We really need to dial this in and get it right. The purpose of having board members on this that represent the Korea area is so that there's a very clear representation, a very strong voice that represents that particular area for revitalization. And so, requiring attendance is, I don't think, too much to ask for in this regard, because we need to make sure that that community gets its fullest consideration when that board deliberates, and we need to have a full board to doing that. At the same time that I say that, I think that we can all respect that from time to time there are things that happen in our lives that are unavoidable, beyond our control. And I think of one of our board members who's been very active in our community. She's a dynamic woman, a force for good, most certainly in Old Town. But we still have to look at what our duties are as a council and making sure that we have all the representation that is intended by a Korea board. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and close the discussion period and ask Madam Clerk to please take the vote.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, so the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda as to item number 16. Moving on to item number 17, cancellation of the August 1, 2023 regular city council meeting. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves a meeting, our regularly scheduled city council meeting. Of course, at this time of year, conflicting as it usually seems to, with the annual National Night Out that our Sheriff's Department effectively leads and hosts for us. This council has traditionally wanted to participate in National Night Out, which this year will be the first Tuesday in August. We're actually conducting the event at Sunset Ridge Park. And we have, at times where we have not canceled meetings, certainly have experienced it to where as much as a council wants to participate, has found it difficult to actually be there and be with the community and actually getting to connect with those law enforcement and community departments that attend. So with that, we wanted to provide you with the opportunity to consider the cancellation of the meeting. I'll yield back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. All right, questions from Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification. This is something that we do annually, so we'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What contributed to this being an agendized item? I know that in the past, it's like Mr. Metzler said, foregone. So I was just wondering the rationale, or if it's what Mr. Metzler just provided. He doesn't have to repeat himself. He just has to say he's already said it, and that'll be fine with me.
I'm sorry, I was reading the next agenda item, getting ready for that. Can you restate the question, please?
Yeah, what contributed to this item? And if you already provided the explanation, I do remember it. You don't have to re-explain it.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It was exactly what was just said in my preamble.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Nothing.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. The chair has none. Invites a motion from the council to cancel the August 2023 regular city council meeting. If there's an appetite for it, please say so moved. Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Good.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
I just plan to attend, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Thank you. And the chair has no comments. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to cancel the August 1, 2023 regular city council meeting. Moving on to item number 18. This is the annual League of California Cities voting delegate and alternate or alternates. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Members of this council have been considered and approved for, certain members have been considered and approved for attendance at this year's annual League of California Cities meeting. I believe it's being held in Sacramento this year at the convention center. Big part of the conference beyond the learning sessions is the actual business meeting where voting delegates convene representing their respective cities to consider matters of business before the league governing board. So with that, annually they do require at the league that we take action specifically identifying who the delegate is, along with the ability to identify two alternates in the event that the delegate can't attend. So with that, this item is available, is prepared by your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. Certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your honorable city council designate the voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, September 20 through 22, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification. Member Gomez.
Yes. Who has held each position, meaning the delegate and the alternate, for the last couple of years? I believe it hasn't changed. That's why I asked.
That may be correct. I believe Mayor Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra have been for the last couple years. You may have actually thrown me in there as a delegate. I'm sorry, as the alternate. I'm sorry, that sounded wrong. But I think I've even been included amongst that a group. So that's what I recall over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Is this a position that's reportable under FPPC rules?
I don't believe so, but I'll defer to the city attorney on that.
I would not think so. You're just a delegate for voting on behalf of the city.
And my next question is this a position where there's external pay that's reported on the city's website?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman. Thank you, Member Irving.
Questions?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. I have no questions. All right. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open nominations for the delegate. So that nomination period is now open and the chair will receive nominations.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Becerra as delegate.
Thank you. Further nominations?
I'm going to nominate myself, Blanca Gomez, for that same position as delegate.
Thank you. Further nominations? Any further nominations? Nomination period is going to be closed once I ask Member Becerra if she accepts.
I'll accept.
Thank you. All right, so Member Becerra is nominated, Member Gomez is nominated. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Which one are we voting for first?
So that's not the way we're doing it. So we have two nominees. That's you and Member Becerra. So when you're called upon, please state the name of the nominee that you wish to hold the delegate seat.
So for Councilmember Gomez.
Councilmember Harriman.
Councilman Becerra.
Councilmember Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Myself?
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra receives majority vote.
Thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem Becerra is now our delegate for the League of California Cities. Congratulations. Chair now opens the nominations for the alternate seat. and will now receive nominations.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate for alternates Mayor Jones and Councilman Harriman.
Thank you. So the chair accepts. Member Harriman, do you accept?
I accept.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and nominate
One
myself.
moment, one moment. So for clarification, Member Irving, first alternate and second alternate.
First alternate is Mayor Jones. Second alternate is Councilman Harriman.
Thank you. All right, further nominations.
Yes, I'm going to nominate myself as the primary alternate.
Thank you. All right, Member Gomez is nominated. Further nominations? Further nominations? Hearing no nominations, the chair closes the nomination period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
For Councilmember Gomez.
Councilmember Harriman,
For Mayor Jones and myself.
Councilmember Irving,
Mayor Jones and Councilman Harriman.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Mayor Jones and Councilmember Harriman.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones as the primary, Member Harriman as the secondary alternates.
Mayor Jones receives majority vote for primary alternate. Councilmember Harriman receives majority vote for second alternate.
Thank you. So the council has appointed the mayor as the primary alternate, Member Harriman as the secondary alternate. Congratulations, Mr. Harriman. All right, now moving on to item number 20. Ceremonial recognition items, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, resulting from a prior request of this council to bring back an item where we can discuss the ceremonial recognitions and particularly what they look like and perhaps what the council would like them to look like, as the council asked for an elevated appearance in the ceremonial presentations that we do give. And so with that, we've taken some time, of course, to identify what our neighboring communities do. We've also taken an opportunity to share with you under what provisions in our policy manual basically provide us with guidance as to what types of recognitions are offered and when. And then we've gone so far as to come up with an idea, at least to begin a conversation with you, to get a sense better from you as to what you like, what you don't like. So with that, we've got a brief presentation from Ms. Sue Jones, your public information officer, and she can kind of share some of the visions that we've developed, and we'll certainly welcome any feedback you have.
Well, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Jones and members of the council. So as City Manager said, we were charged with elevating or coming back with a plan for elevating our ceremonial forms of recognition. And we wanted to start with an idea for what our certificates of recognition would look like. And just for the benefit of the audience, and this was also in the agenda packet, this is a picture of a current certificate of recognition. This was in particular awarded to the young woman that won our Civil Rights Memorial Essay Contest. So you can see that pictured there. And this is a graphic representation of what we could do. It's a design concept for a certificate of recognition. And the way this is elevated, there are several things here that were elevated. Basically, you could see that this would actually be a closable certificate holder on a heavy 90-pound stock. On the cover, it would be stamped in foil, our city logo. And you could also see overall, this is a customized blue. It's customized to our city branding. And on the inside, you would open the flap up on the top there. That is a line drawing of City Hall that would be in a silver metallic ink. And you can also see that in the certificate itself, and I have to thank the folks in HR for this pretty certificate paper that they found. we elevated that as well, and it's hard to tell in this picture, but that does have the silver foil and blue, I guess you could say that scroll work around the border. It's printed to color, so we infused the blue Victorville on the certificate as well with the recipient's name, our city logo. And then that little silver sticker, right there it says something like job well done or something. But that's,
You make a
oh,
difference.
you made a difference, but that's just an example. We would actually purchase that plain and then we would emboss it with the city seal here at City Hall before adhering it onto the certificate. And I don't know if anyone has a question about that before I move on, or I'll just keep going.
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
Okay.
So about the embossing, so do we already have an embosser so you can just, okay, thank you, that was it.
Yeah. Okay. And then this was just put in here for your, as a price comparison, so you would know how much the cost differential would be should you go with this new design. And you could see that this is basically a cost breakdown for the amount of supply we would need to get us through 1 year. And we estimated that based on previous years and how many certificates we gave out and so forth. And the price differential would be $243 in a single year. And that's what I have for you for consideration.
Okay. So, I mean, questions and comments. We'll begin with Member Irving.
I don't really have any questions. My comments are yes, yes, yes.
Member Harriman.
I have
Thank you. Member Gomez, did you have anything further?
Yes. How many certificates can be produced with the current versus the proposed?
So what we did was we looked back over time. The clerk's office helped with this. And in a given year, we typically give about 50. And these numbers are based on 60. So that allows us some like maybe oopsies with the printing, or maybe we have a very active year and we would give out more. So this is basically apples to apples, 60 of each. 60 of the current price, 128, that would be 60 of the new price, which would be 371.
So when you said the comparison is equal, when you say 60 and 60, so an annual cost of 120 for current produces 60 and the proposed produces a cost of 371, which a difference of 243. So the cost inflation here is basically because there's an added piece of material. And is this in-house printing or is that in-house? I mean, the printing already included here.
Yep, everything cost-wise is included there. And I'm sorry, when I said equal, I meant quantity, 60 and 60, not price being equal. But everything is added here. You could see the big jump in price comparison from current year to proposed is in the actual folio. And that was, represented in that picture. You could see on the cover, it's the foil stamping that would happen with the city logo. That's really a customization. That's a significant price to do that, as well as the line drawing and the metallic ink for the city hall. Those are the two big customizations, and those usually come with a good price associated with them.
And these come from the general fund only?
I need help from clerk. Yes. Okay. Yes. And I can tell you it would be within the limits of the current budget approved by council.
And did we say in-house printing?
No, for the folios, for the actual customized folders, we would use an outside vendor to do those. We're unable to do those internally with our printing processes. Those are very customized processes that you have to go to a printing company for.
And what spurred up the change? Are the ones current versus proposed just not meaningful, not value? I mean, what caused this to make a change?
So it was in May that City Council took that action to give staff direction to explore this and asked us to come back with a plan for how we could suggest an elevation of the ceremonial recognition items.
Did you consider other options, or was this one just the one that you proposed?
Well, I have to say that I think when we all got together staff-wise, and I have to tack on that in the direction, it said something that along the lines of represent or communicate Victorville's place within the region. So I think all of us staff that worked on this project together immediately went towards, at the very least, we need to have our branding. We need to have our logo front and center. And I think that's what this design represents.
Thank you.
It's very obvious it's Victorville when you look at it.
No further questions, thanks.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Ms. Jones. These are very, very nice. You guys hit it out of the park. Just a question. I don't know if it's for Keith or whoever. Would these be given out ribbon cutting ceremonies, or no? This is just for recognition.
It's outlined in the policy manual, and
the ribbon cuttings and
ribbon cuttings are included.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are very nice. Thanks. You guys like it.
So, wow. You know, so I'm going to make some comments because I mean, the only question I could possibly ask is the certificate itself is 8.5 by 11, so the folders are a little bit bigger.
Yes, the folders I believe are 9 by 12.
So what a way to pack a punch on something, you know, limited in size. So the staff report said it right. We want to make sure that the stature of Victorville is represented. And our policy has always said, as long as I can remember, that these recognition items are supposed to be placed in a folder. And since I've done this, and I think since my previous mayor has done this, they've looked like what we saw with our SA winner, right? And so I'm going to just say this. You know, and I think I have a colleague that's experienced the same thing when we go to these ribbon cuttings, and because she stepped in for me a few times, ribbon cuttings and other events, and we're with, you know, other council members, potentially, or representatives from the state or assembly and so forth. Theirs look really nice, and it always felt like we had this little tiny something, you know, they were nice, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel like we were the leader in our own city, right, in the region. And so this, I mean, I love the foil concept, and no pun intended, but she really makes Victorville shine with this. I think this is incredible talent that put this together. This is, I mean, this is how the city does it. I am so happy with this. All right, so I mean, are we ready to? I would like to make a motion because I was the one that requested this. I would like to approve this this particular concept for a certificate of recognitions. Thank you. We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor, just maybe just to get some clarification, and I just want to raise it because I think you were clear in what you just said, certificates of recognition, but we also spoke to other elements on here. And so I think the question is, especially as it relates to things like proclamation, would you like us to move forward with embracing this part of, you know, say proclamation?
Yeah, and maybe the proclamations can be framed too, because I know that most other cities frame their proclamations.
Yeah, we can do that. And the interesting thing too, I have to say there were several of us that worked on this. If you look at the inside design, sometimes we give the frame certificate. So the vision was that could be framed open like that. So you would see City Hall at the top and the certificate at the bottom. So I think that would look really, really nice as well. But certainly we can apply the same type of look and feel to the proclamation. And when we go to do the engraved plaque, we don't give too many of those out. I think on average, maybe 2 every 2 years. I mean, we don't give a whole lot of those out, but we could certainly look to do customization as well with the logo front and center
Okay.
and so forth.
I mean, I think this one was the main one. The proclamations are also pretty, fairly rare. So, Mr. Metzler, have we made it clear enough? Okay, all right. So we have it first and a second. Any discussion from anyone?
Yes.
Member Gomez.
So, I like the idea. The only thing that I don't understand or comprehend was the reason why we did this, but it was explained. I think when someone treasures something that's provided or given, the value comes from within. You kind of get to craft your own, right? I have a couple of them myself. It's a simple piece of paper, but I'm the one that put it in the framing. So, all these awards that I received, they're different, but I appreciate what you came forth with what you did, and I appreciate the city council. The only thing is, I don't know if we're in time to do this because I don't see a change of what has been produced, but it's not to say that I don't like the idea and how much effort you put. Thanks for putting that effort. So if my vote is otherwise, don't take anything. It's just the way I think about money sometimes and how we could expend it. It might be $2 extra, but $2 extra for me go a longer way. So that's all it is. But thank you for your time and energy.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. I just wanted to add to, and I didn't say it earlier, that when people have their pictures taken with the certificates of recognition, so the other ones, the cover of the jacket looks nice, and then they open it for the picture, so you have kind of a blank side and then that. This, they're going to open it up, and we're going to really shine. So just wanted to say that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman. Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right. So before we move on, it's almost 10:15, and Mr. D. Bortnowski, I know that we're going to go back to closed session. Technically, it's not new business; it's a continuation. So if we continue with the rest of the agenda item and it's 10 o'clock, are we still free to go into closed session?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to item number 21, City Manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A few items to report. First, this weekend, Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., it's our City of Victorville Free Dump Day and Recycling event. I certainly plan on being there, not only to say hello to the crews, but I've got some stuff to get rid of. And so I look forward to this event whenever we have it. That's, of course, going to be hosted at the same location on Forest Avenue, the former University Prep site, or the Victor Jr., if you're around long enough to remember that. Entrance will be off of the 8th Street. So that's this Saturday coming up. We also have to report another one of my favorites on the facility park side of the house. The self-cleaning restroom installations are complete and pending final inspection on July 19th, both at Brentwood and Center Street Parks. So we're actually really excited about seeing those actually become functional to the public. So forthcoming there. At the library, we do have a Harry Potty. I'm sorry, a Harry Potter party. That'll be at the Victorville City Library. It's late, thank you. No charge associated with that event, and that'll be Saturday, July 29th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then finally, animal control side of the house, we do have our temporary adoption center that we're expecting to be available by the end of this week, located at the Amargosa Road facility. So we're hoping to start adopting out more pets on the code compliance side of the house. The code compliance division has launched a citywide community enhancement program. The program will encourage and inform residents of common property maintenance issues through education. Will be happening simultaneously throughout the city. So that's forthcoming. And then finally, on the building side of the house out at the airport, we've finalized the 820,000 square foot facility that's leased to Mars Pet Care. They're actually operational. Another project completed out at SCLA. And so with that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, moving on to item number 22. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Gomez.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has none. Moving on to item number 23. So reports from council members. Member Gomez.
So just briefly, my love and passion for the community continues to be the same by doing one-on-one individual interactions with families, with individuals. It doesn't change, and I don't think my passion will change. So typically, I continue to do what I've said in the past, and I'm not going to be very repetitive because sometimes being here at 9:46, some people want to go home. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I got to do the concert in the park Friday, and it was nice. It was great. The community loved it, and now I'm disappointed that I missed the first three. So I'd like to, to look into maybe having more next year, or maybe extending them, maybe a little later. But I had a really good time, and the city staff really did a good job. And the sponsors. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
I don't have anything to report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a VBTA meeting. Everything's going forward with how could you say, the development of the property on the side for hydrogen. They're going for hydrogen buses. Everything else is just the day-to-day. The operation is still, the bus riding is still not where it was pre-COVID. They're still trying to pick that up. On the other one, I'll let you take that one over. The New York trip.
Oh, that was your requested item, though.
Oh, okay.
Your requested trip.
Myself, the mayor, and Mr. Metzler went to New York last week. We had a radio conference, National League of Latino Elected Officials. Yes. The classes were very interesting of where we're going and where we're going to be in 2024 of the voting and everything. We learned a lot. Some of it can't be applied here because it's at a federal level, but it was interesting.
Thank you.
Yes. That's it.
Thank you. All right. My last SBCTA meeting, I was unanimously reappointed to represent the High Desert region on the General Policy Committee. SBCTA is the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attended all with the exception of the last one, and thank you, Mr. Harriman, for welcoming our community in my stead. Much appreciated. And congratulations to our Victorville Sings winner. She has been dynamite all along, so glad that she won. Went to the ribbon cutting for the Family Assistance Program. It was also a grand opening for their Domestic Violence Administrative Office, and I too attended the NALEO conference. It was productive in some ways. I think it was a little more political in nature than I had hoped it would be, but nonetheless, I was still able to glean some helpful information. With that said, everyone, I thank you, and we're going to now return to closed session to take up the City Council matter A on the closed session agenda. There are matters to report that will be done here once closed session adjourns. Is that fair enough to say, Mr. DeBornowski?
That is correct. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Andre, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, we are resuming open session. The time is 10:22. At this point, we're going to ask you, Mr. DeBortnowski, for any closed session announcements.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Jones. We previously announced the reportable action with respect to the Victorville Water District items A, B, and C at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock. With respect to item A, the City Council agenda, public employee performance evaluation, position title, City Manager, there is no reportable action at this time.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, Mr. DeBortnowski, it's late. All right, so that concludes our business for this evening. The chair orders that the council chambers be vacated immediately so that the area can be cleaned and secured for the evening. This meeting is adjourned. It's 10:23.